Okay, we're recording and we're setting up. What else do we need to do?
How are you?
Fine, how are you doing?
Good. How's the weekend?
Okay, too short, but that's okay.
Right.
always,
Always is.
always is, right? But anyways, I enjoyed it. So what's going on with you? How did it work out?
The project.
Yeah, everything that you
It,
did.
it was good. We stayed a little bit after class
Okay.
on Monday, and then we did it together also Wednesday.
Okay, perfect.
Just to let you know, I'm getting
Yeah.
a little feedback too,
Okay.
audio wise.
Okay.
But yeah, it was good. We each had our own recording software. I chose OBS, which I loved. It's so cool. I
Okay,
didn't know
had you
about it
used
until
it
this
before?
program. No, never.
That's the beauty, isn't it? Every week you're learning something new. That's what, and you
was
could take
great.
away with you. I mean, that's
It was
how
great.
fabulous is that? That every week you
Super
can
helpful.
say what?
Super helpful. Super helpful. I'd never used it before. I mentioned
Yeah.
I had like a YouTube channel maybe like 5-6 years
Yeah.
ago, even before high school, and
Right.
I was relatively familiar with YouTube Studio,
Right.
editing software,
Good.
iMovie, but I didn't really have any experience with OBS specifically.
Right. What did you like about it?
There's no watermarks, which is really,
Right.
really cool. It's
Right.
free, anyone can use it, it's open source, and there's no watermarks.
Right.
And so it's probably the best program I've seen so far.
Yeah, yeah. No, it has its advantages, and you know it works everywhere too. And if you look at it, things that are that can't be used by others, you know, it's very stable too, and it's kind of like a standard that if you can be using it in any environment, you know, your tech people will be familiar with it. You know what I mean?
No, it was great. I really enjoyed it.
Okay,
Thank
good,
you.
good. I'm glad that we'll see. So we're going to be doing some other a new exercise today. So you can help me with that. Let me do this too while I'm here. I'll, in case we need to, just to get in that, I'll make you a co-host, Thomas, okay?
Okay.
And then remind me when Sebastian comes on board too. Remind me to make him also a co-host, okay?
Perfect.
Okay, so we'll do that. So Lily, how's it going?
Going good. How are you?
Okay, so everything, you're up to date with all your projects here in the class?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good, good. You have any questions for me? Let me know during or after class, okay? I appreciate your good attitude, and then we can proceed. So we'll be doing some other exercises today as well to add on to our, what I call our toolkit, right? That's almost like, you know how you have the toolkit of construction folks, you have the toolkit that you can take and pick and choose. And that's why I want you to know about the group in the way that you can be able, just like Thomas was telling me he was using OBS. What did you use for your recording, Lily?
I used OBS as well.
Okay, and was that the first time? Had you used it before?
No, I have not.
Okay, and
But
what
I
was
found
your,
it very useful.
what do you see as the uses?
Well, that it's an open source, so anyone can use it. I found it a very like to be very in-depth software
In
for
what
it
sense?
being free. Because it can connect to different streaming services like YouTube and Twitch. It can connect to, like, if you have multi-monitors like I usually do,
Yes.
it can connect to certain screens, and I got confused on which screen it was on. It also can connect to different audios as well, and you have to input it into the OBS software. So I guess like all the complexities of it and the fact that it was free is like very useful, especially for someone who's a content creator.
Yes, yes, and that's fantastic, Lillian. And it's, I guess what we can see is that OBS is robust. You can
Yes.
think about the robustness of it. And how much was it?
Well, not full is free
It was
unless
free,
there's some,
right?
unless there's like some hidden thing that I
Right,
don't know
right,
about.
right. But it's
As far
free.
as I know, it's
So
free.
that's a beauty. And the streaming, could you use it to YouTube Live as well?
Yes.
Right.
You can.
And a lot of times, gamers use quite a bit OBS. So
Yes,
usually
that's
it's kind of
what I
like
checked out.
a combination. If you look at a lot of tech people, they are gamers. So in the way that you want, as a content creator, you want others to help you and help you with
Yeah.
podcasts and things like that, you can basically get them on board as well, kind of almost directing you. And the idea that you have multiple monitors is fantastic because a lot of times you even have issues. And how many minutes were you subject to? Was length of
Like, what do you
time?
mean?
Was there a length of time?
Oh no. I actually forgot that I was recording, and it just kept going on for like 20 minutes after I did it, and so I had to edit it out.
Yeah, right. Or yeah, that's, you almost have to have a timer. Sometimes do that too. My background recorder, I'll shut that. I do so many different recordings together too, since I use Zoom, right? And there it almost stops recording because you stop the meeting. But in the background, I'll have others, and sometimes the next day I'll come. And I said it's still recording. Yeah, you have to be careful on those aspects, almost to make. And like I see, the AI agents, Lily, you can set up kind of like set up your day and say, after I finish, and I say I'm finished for the day, shut it off. You need almost those AI agents to know how you operate, and it can shut you off as well. Yeah. Versus
Yeah.
some of the things like Loom. Did anyone use Loom here? Yeah, you used it, Andrea. What did you think of Loom?
It was extremely straightforward, not complicated at all. It's really just you click to turn on your microphone, you click to turn on your video, and that was really about it. It depends on what you want to do, obviously. If you want to do something more complicated, like Lily was saying, that it's not great, but for the purposes of this assignment, it was perfect.
Yeah, you know what I like about Loom is it stores it on the cloud, and you basically, it's almost like your YouTube channel. You can have your Loom channel, and you can decide whether you want some of those recordings to be public. You can decide you want to share it with a group. They're doing a lot of it. Also, if you have you want your camera, or you even have two cameras, you can turn on the camera. So you could have on your recording, you'll have your little face at a certain point. I like having the face here. I think it adds, for most of the part, it adds authenticity. Do you understand that, Andrea? That you say, oh, I know you, I trust you, I see your face, I have some way to operate on that. I have the educational version that I had to struggle to get as being Miami.edu. And in the beginning, it was difficult for me to get it. And then I was on a call with Loom, and I guess their marketing people allow me to do that. So it's really very useful for me. I don't have, did you have a 5-minute limit?
On my school account I did, but then I did it on my personal account and it automatically enrolled me in a 7-day free trial. So I didn't have to put a card down or anything.
Okay.
So for the group assignment, it was longer. I was able to go longer.
Oh, okay, good.
And I talked about how I switched.
Okay, that's great too. That must be new. They used to not have that. And that's a good, I think that is a very good marketing feature. Because then you say, oh, now I realize how great it is that I can do like 20 minutes or a half hour or 45 minutes, then you think to yourself, now I know what all the features are, I can use it. Also, what I like about Loom is on the left-hand side, you can see the timer. So you can see how many minutes, you can see that you're on, you can edit, you have some other editing features with it as well. Okay, so I think that turned out to be great on that aspect. Anything else? So those are common, and that's why I thought it was important to share it with your group, that just like my toolbox, sometimes OBS is good, sometimes something like Loom. Loom, what's nice about it, you can tag it. You can basically make almost of your channel. Andrea, you can make a channel there and you can then share it with certain people. You can have them come to your site to see it. You can edit it. It will also break down into chapters, into summaries that you can put in, and you can take a number of those. So you can see each company is gearing up with the next here. So hopefully we'll get everybody on. Anything else that people use? And what was it? So in this case, did anybody use something where it recorded to your computer? What I call on-premise? Did anyone have that? Luca, what did you use for your screen recorder?
I use OBS.
OBS, so it seems like kind of that was a common one. Had you used it before, Luca?
No, it was my first time.
Okay, good. So we can get everybody up and running. Okay, and Juan Carlos, what did you use?
I just joined. Can you ask the question?
Yeah, sure. Juan Carlos, a screen recorder. Did you do a screen recorder?
Yeah, I used the Screen Pal.
Screen who?
Screen Pal. I don't know. I found the website that was.
Okay, PAL, like your pal?
Yeah.
Okay, I never heard of that even. And does it record to the cloud or records to your computer? Or both?
I think you can do both.
Okay, and what did you do?
I did to the cloud.
Okay. You know what I'd like you to do, Juan, is for next time, try to go back and see if it will record to your computer for next period, for next time we meet, and then show it to us. Do like a little recording, a short little recording, and see if it records to the computer. Because why would that be useful, to have something recording and it saves on your computer rather than in the cloud? What would be the advantage of that, Juan?
Well, I mean, if I don't have Wi-Fi or maybe the website's down.
Could that be a possibility? Of course it could, right? All the time, right? You want to just say, hey, I don't have it. I'll be able to get that and up and running. Yeah, and sometimes and also it's another way in which you have a backup. Loom goes down, other ones go down, Zoom goes down, right? Everything, a lot of these things in the cloud are fantastic, but we don't have control over those, right? My Wi-Fi, all of a sudden, have you ever seen, the university's Wi-Fi goes down, Blackboard goes down, so many things. Did you just have another thing, oh, I can try that out? And how much was it? Juan, did they have,
It's free.
and did you have time limit on it?
Yeah, because it was closed source, so you had like 15 minutes.
Look at this class. Open source, right? Closed source. It sounds like we know what we're talking about, right? So that's wonderful. So you can see, but sometimes 15 minutes is enough. Or what it can be doing is you can have part 1, part 2, and part 3 that you can definitely come up with. Okay, so let's get started. I think we always have issues getting up and running in this class, but I'd like to get started. So I'm going to record I'm recording now. I will stream live, right? And notice here I'm live on YouTube, but you know, in Zoom, they're also trying to do what they call a workplace. Everybody has like a workplace. Google has its workplace where they're trying to get all employees to be in one workplace, in one product, and then view on. And then Zoom is now in the corner. I see I have Zoom Workplace. They used to be called Zoom, you know, video. Now they took off the video and just calling it communications, because they are trying to figure out what can we do besides just conferencing. So I'm going to go to live YouTube. We'll see if it works. Sometimes, some days it works, sometimes it doesn't, right? I go with the punches, but I always think about backup and recovery. Sometimes my internet goes down. You know that you can prepare in your ways and keep on continuing and make some other people co-hosts, so in case I get locked out on this machine, I can go into and go to another machine. See, I'm always having issues. Today it looks like I have issues too, which is interesting. See, it's beyond me, but we can use it as proper contact. Okay. So I've done that YouTube recording. I'm doing Loom. I'm doing my Loom, which is going to their cloud, and I'm also doing MSN Recorder that's recording to my computer. Okay, everybody has their camera on. Sometimes people have issues of health or so forth. They get permission to do it beforehand. Okay, so who do I have? Let me do this as well. Andrea, let me just promote you to make you a co-host in case we need any issues there. I always like to have a couple of my teaching assistants in training being co-hosts, and we'll see what goes on next. Okay. All right, now that I know. All right, anything else? So we're ready to go? So anything else? Ariana, how's it going? Do I need to talk about the last assignment? What did you use for your recording software?
Vimeo.
What?
Vimeo.
Oh, Vimeo. Okay. Right, Vimeo. Okay, so let's get started. All right, I'm going to share my screen. Everybody, oh, I need a couple of people to look at the chat. Any volunteers for my chat moderators today? Class participation. Any volunteers? Okay, Lily and Andrea. Okay, Lily and Andrea, let me know. We have a couple of assignments I want to make sure that you realize, and we'll talk about it. Wonderful. So let me share my screen. And you can see my screen here. Let me just make this larger. I see let's go to what's due. So everybody look at your assignments for what's due, and I see on this was extended. Your audit assignment was extended last time. You should have done your screen recording and also meet in your group. I think that we got a lot of feedback that everybody liked the idea that the past session we had was basically workshop day, bonding with your groups, and I think that's important. We talked about data and knowledge management. We talked about data governance, what is important. So we have another assignment. You see that, Lily? It's due when? It's going to be due next Monday. So since we were off, you almost had a breather. It was nice, Lily, right? That we got the hose. I'm almost like the hose, you know, the fire hose. And I keep on throwing to you. And I gave you a little breather. And guess what? That was sneaky, because I'm going to give you the hose again. But I wanted you to keep on breathing, right, Lily? So we have here our next assignment, where it's going to be fun and I think very useful. It's called my audit assignment, assignment 3. It should be 4, right? This should be changed. Okay, remind me. Let me just put a little note there. Let me just put a note there. It needs to be changed. Audit assignment. It should be audit assignment 5, not 3. Okay. So we have that part done. And then you have the readings are information security, and your adaptive assignment is in information security, and your quizzes are in information security. And you can think about it, Andrea, is cybersecurity is of essence, right? That it basically, the university that we're in is stressing it, right, in the duo mobile and a number of ways in which we can do, and we really don't want to be hacked, and we hear about all these horror stories, and we want to be responsible. So we'll talk about today the importance of information security, what we need to do, and then we have an assignment. So this is going to be due, and then under this part 2 that I can see is, let me go to the reading and adaptive quizzes to make sure that it's on. I'm going to make sure that I go to my data knowledge and management. I have my data adaptive assignment that I had last time. I just want to make sure that that was done. I had my open assignment. And I see that, I don't know why these people haven't started, but it should be, the majority should be complete here. And these were the sections that we had, which is important. How do you manage data? What is a database approach? What do you talk about? Big data, data warehouses, and knowledge management. So we have this part that we've talked about before. And in this case, on my widely and adaptive, next week is information security. So I just want to make sure that I see here our information security for next week is going to be, and this week I'm going to be covering it, is the idea of unintentional threats to information systems. And unintentional is the opposite of intentional, meaning that end users not unintentionally can have threats to the information systems. There's deliberate threats. What our organizations are doing to protect information resources, my information security controls, and my information security adaptive assignment. Let me go to that, make sure it's open. And let's see here, we're opening the assignment, and it has its one due date. Let me check the due date. It says Monday, February 24th. So it's due for next Monday. I know that it's all right, and I know that it's going to be based on these policies. Okay? So I know that that's due. And the next thing that I want to do is my instructions for your dynamic voice AI assistant. So what I want here is this assignment will guide you through the dynamic Gen AI assistant and create a unique learning experience. You should record the process. How do you record? I want you to record with Zoom a process as a tutorial for others to follow using the course materials as an example. You will upload the PDFs of textbook chapters, and what we're going to be using is what we call Notebook LM. Notebook LM is by Google, and it's an interactive helping for learning. And what I want you to also use is an interactive feature by asking 2 to 3 questions in the interactive mode and generate multiple choice questions. just like a Gen AI, you can ask any, ChatGPT or Gemini, you can ask them to create multiple choice questions. And I want you to record your session with Zoom and capture both the screen and audio, and you should also include your face in that. So if you look at this, let's see if this is working here. This is the dynamic voice AI assignment that will guide you. This is due for next Monday. So what I suggest, what we're going to do is, as I mentioned, you should record the process using this program called Notebook LM. And we'll look at others as well. But this is kind of like the leader, and it was developed just the end of last year. And you should record the process as a tutorial for others to follow using course material as an example. So what I want to do is I want to explore additional Gen AI artificial intelligent programs. I'm using Notebook LM as an example for learning and studying. And what I thought to do in doing this, let's evaluate that program just like we evaluated our recorders. I want to evaluate this program and the material that you can feed in any material. Anything that you want to learn about, you can feed into it, and it will give you summaries. It will create a podcast. It will do a number of different tools here. But what I want you to do here is I want to use our own chapters that we're learning and that we need to do quizzes on. And guess what? On March 3rd, Andrea, is what? What's happening on March 3rd?
We have our first exam in person.
In person. So guess what, Andrea? Let's use this example for next week to prepare for the exam. What do you think about that? Great idea. So what I want, before you start this assignment, I want you to meet with your groups. You can decide how you want to meet. I'd even meet today after the class. And what I'm going to do on our end is I'm going to cover chapter 1 as an example. But what I want you to do is we have 5 chapters that we have for the exam. So what I want is I want your group to cover TG1, TG2, right? The hardware, the software, the data management, and chapter 4, the security. And the example group will handle chapter 1, so don't duplicate that content. What's the beauty of that then, Andrea, is that you'll have, in your group, you'll have a review, and you'll put it in the audit area so you can see everyone's group. And if your group has 3 members or less, you can choose how many members you have. Optionally, you can do an extra one for study purposes. Once you do it for 1, it really is pretty quick. You can do others. So that's it. Ensure that the group member is responsible for at least 1 chapter, and make note of it. Each group member should handle a different chapter, and you will do it similarly to what we've done with YouTube. This is a Google product, so you need to use your existing Google account from previous assignments. Don't use your school account. And you're going to access Notebook, it's called Notebook LM, with Notebook Google, and click on and try Notebook, and you'll create a new notebook, and then you'll record your process via Zoom, and you all know how to do it. This is going to be an individual assignment, so the only time you're going to get together with your group is in the beginning for the assignments, and then you'll get to make sure when you upload, you'll look at everybody's uploads to make sure that it's done well. You'll set up yourself, you record your process, meaning this is individual, set up as a Zoom meeting. You'll individually record the entire session to the cloud. Of course, you will not have a password, just like we'd be sure, and ensure that AI Companion Summary is turned on. You'll share your whole screen, And I think, since we all have PowerPoints, you can start with PowerPoint. You can put in other sources, but I think for the beginning is start with the PowerPoints we have, the PDX, and convert it to a PDF. Make sure you can share your computer audio so both your discussion and Notebook's feedback can be heard, because Notebook will give you feedback. And then here, follow this guide if you need help. Upload your PDF. Use the Notebook features. We'll go into it. They have a chat, an interface, deep dive, interactive mode, wrap up, and submit. So what I like, the final check, is then you'll have a folder at Define called the Dynamic Voice AI Assignment. And then what I want is everyone to put in underneath that first folder is everybody's name plus the chapter that they submitted. And each submission will be an item. Okay, so what we have is, let me go to the audit section. And in the audit section, right, I have all my groups here. Go to group 0. And under group 0, not everybody, each group should have a new folder. You can even do this now. While you're looking at it, Dynamic Voice AI Assignment. You should have had Screen Recording Group Assignment, and now you have Dynamic Voice Assignment. At this point, right, this is where I want everybody's, then once when you've made the assignments, we've done chapter 1, you'll do, every group then will do, right, TG1, TG2, 5 and 4, and then under the Dynamic Voice Assignment, you see here, very similar to what we've done before. You'll have your Zoom cloud recording link. You'll have your Zoom AI summary here. You'll have reflections and issues and improvement dates. Of course, don't take from there, but basically reflect on how could this be used, what were your issues on using it, what were the problems, what were the pluses, what do you think can be improved in the product. And every couple of weeks or months, this product gets improved, and I'm looking at others that are improving it as well. And then these are, Notebook LM gives you, in this case, you'll request 5 multiple choice questions with the key. So you'll put that in. And the beauty then, in this case, Thomas, is what? You'll be able to have multiple choice questions. And among some of those multiple choice questions, I'll choose a couple. If they're a good question, I'll choose some to add to the multiple choice section in our exam. Questions? You got it, Andrea? Pretty neat, I think, in the way. Let's, as I say, if we're going to look at a new product, let's do that product and practice in our exam. So I'm going to share my screen again, and you'll let me know, right, if there's anything that I need to move here. Let me just move this down a bit. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through my regular, this is my regular section. And now I'm going to go to my PowerPoint and documents. Everybody there? And this is where you'll get your PowerPoints from. The first one, as you see, I've already created as a PDF. But you'll do the same things. You have PTX, you can create it. So let me even just do this. This right here is my chapter 4, which is information security. So what I can do for preparing for the assignment, I can just do File, Let me just move this a bit. I can do save as. And under the save as, when I do save as, you see right down here, it says PowerPoint PPTX. Do you see that, Lily? So I can just pull this down, and what do I need to save it as a PDF? Because Google does not accept PPTX, because it's Google. If you had Google Slides, Luca, if you had Google Slides, Luca, you could then natively import it. But you can save it as a PDF. And what I like to do in the name of the chapter, instead of it's twice, I like to put also in the name, I'd like to also put PDFs so I know that it's available. And then I can save it. So once I save it as my PDF, then I could use it later on. And what I would need to do then is it's talking about in this case, it's talking about that companies are vulnerable to hacking. There's human threats. There's software threats. There's hardware threats. There's deliberate attacks. And what do we know? When we're going to do information systems, we always know that I'm going to be vulnerable. What I need to do is I know that I cannot be 100% secure. What I'm going to do is I have what they call mitigation strategies. And if I had to think about it, Juan Carlos, what does mitigation mean? Juan Carlos, what does mitigation mean? The word mitigation.
Like to lessen
risks. Reduce, right? That's what's your major, Juan Carlos? Entrepreneurship. If you're always going to be at risk, right? If you start a company, there's always a risk. You're always going to have a risk, but the idea is you want to mitigate those risks. Just like what? If you drive a car, how do you mitigate your risk if you drive a car? Do you have a driver's license, Juan?
Yeah.
Yeah, so when how do you mitigate? What?
You can mitigate the risk of like getting injured by wearing a seatbelt.
Okay, seatbelts one, so physically, right? Making sure that my car is tuned up, that my tires are good, right? That what else? What's another way that I can mitigate risk?
I mean, making sure you have oil in the car. Like
okay, so the physical, what else?
Insurance,
right? That's the key. Do you think the university has insurance in getting hacked?
Yeah.
Yeah, because chances are that, well, we know for a fact they have been hacked, and chances are in the future they will be. So they want to have insurance just like others. If I have a house, I need insurance too, right? I need, there could be a hurricane, I could be robbed, right? All these the same thing in information security. So once I have that, what I can go to is I think about it and think about Google Notebook LM, right? And this is, I can sign into this. This is, you can think about it, is Google Notebook LM, right? You can do Notebook LM Google, think smarter, not harder, the ultimate tool for understanding information that matters most to you, and built with Gemini 2.0. It's even with Flash, it's basically, that's the language learning model, and Gemini is a competitor of ChatGPT. And this, your personalized, what they call it, your personalized AI research assistant. And this is a point in which you put in their sources, and this is what I like, is it creates a podcast for you. And we value your privacy, how people are using it, power study, organize your thinking, spark new ideas, what people are saying. People were real excited in the very beginning of this. It's created, you know, that viral buzz, Juan Carlos. This really created that one that buzz. So if I try my Google part, these are all through my account, because this is DRS Rush is my Gmail account. Through my account, you can see that I have data knowledge management. I have a number of different ones. And now what you would do is you create a new one. And here is that, this is what you do. You have add sources here. Once you added the sources, this is like ChatGPT. And at this point, after you do that, you have what they call a deep dive conversation. At this point, it's in English only. There's 2 hosts, and we'll look at some others that are competitors where you can have more hosts, and you can even clone. There's other competitors where you, Juan Carlos, you can clone your own voice. So let me even just start doing this. I'm going to add a source. So in this case, I'm going to upload a source. I'm going to go to my downloads. And here you see, you remember this one, Juan Carlos? I did my PDF file. You remember that one?
Yeah, I remember.
And now I just hit open. Let's see if it works. See here? Isn't that amazing? I uploaded it. Already, it talks about information security, threats, controls, and risk mitigation. And I can even save this to a note if I wanted. And now it has, I can start typing. I can ask it questions. What are the main types of threats? Just like I could do for, isn't this amazing? Unintentional threats, deliberate threats. Remember we talked about unintentional human errors can pose significant threats. Social engineering, deliberate threats. And I can save it to notes if I want. I can save a number of notes. And then here I'll ask it to give me 5 multiple choice questions with the key. And on this part, this is the interesting part, Juan. Everybody see this? It's divided up in one sense. Add your sources. You can add PDFs. You can add YouTube. You can add a number of different ones. They have the chat. You can ask it questions. And then they have studio. And in the studio, you have also notes here. What I want you to do is I want you to produce a study guide, a briefing doc, frequently asked questions, and a timeline. And it's generating. Notice here, threats and controls, threat types. I added that here. Notes so they can talk about it, right? And it's generating. Sometimes this takes time. So you'll see here, at this point, I'll have you customize. Focus on a specific source, focus on a specific topic, target a specific audience, right? So if I want to target, if I want to customize it, I would then focus on preparing students for a multiple choice and open-ended questions. And you can change it, right? I have Grammarly and so forth that it can correct my right, accept. And now what do you think I need to do? In this case, multiple choice, I'll correct that. What do you think I need to do? One is I'm going to say generate. And it will take time in generating it. So this could take a few minutes and we can go back to it, but this will take a few minutes on doing this. What do you think, Lily?
It's very helpful.
Isn't it? And how fast it is. This sometimes will take more time. Sometimes the servers are down and you can do other things. So you may want to do it. What I want you to do, it is probably a good thing to do, Lily, is in the beginning do it once on your own and then record it. And I wanted to make the recording a way in which you're teaching someone how to use Notebook LM. Plus, you'll show them how do you do, then you'll ask them for 5 multiple choice questions. Everybody have the multiple choice questions with the key. Then you'll play around with it, and then you'll generate the conversation. And once you generate the conversation, they have a new feature in beta called Join In. And when they're talking, then you can join in the podcast and ask questions. Right now, they are not recording, and they will give you a link that you can send to other people on the podcast. So you could even have that podcast. Let's say you do a project on your website. You could have them look at your website, and then you already have a podcast. You'll have a link to your podcast. So neat. But it's not going to record your voice yet, and it's not going to give a transcript yet of that podcast. So what I wanted you to do is record it in Zoom so we can listen to your involvement. So there's a way to involve it. And later on, I'll show you another program that I just found that is a competitor of theirs. And everybody is, the beauty here is everybody's competing. We'll see if they're working for it. And if you look at my notebook here, you can see in trying that notebook, you can have a number of other notebooks here. Let me just show you an example. For instance, I did it on data knowledge management from chapter 5. You see this? And let me just, in this case, you can see this. You see this interact, you see here, click to load the conversation. You see here where it says interactive mode. Once it's here, I can click it to load it, because it's been done before. This may take a minute, but here it's interactive mode, beta, where when I click it, I'm able to join in. So when it's speaking, you see here when I can do a join, play audio, I can join and ask a question. So you can play around with this. You can see how it's working. Sometimes it has issues. Sometimes that's why I'm giving you a week in advance. You may have to try again, trying it for different ones. And we'll see whether this time, sometimes the server has issues. So these are the issues that you can see here. Already, I have the unintentional threats about human errors. I have what we call social engineering. And I can also, even at this time, have somebody like even call Annie or any of my other ones, or Eric or any of my other ones, come in and talk as well. So I could have Annie come in.
Hello. Cramming for exams was the worst.
Yes.
What study tips or habits worked well for you?
Okay. Annie, great. We're trying to cover now information security, and we're talking about social engineering. Can you tell me, Annie, about social engineering? What it is?
Social engineering. Social engineering. Yeah, it's like basically manipulating people into doing something they shouldn't do, right? Like tricking them into giving away sensitive info or access. It's crazy. I mean, I've seen some pretty clever phishing emails myself. Have you ever gotten any of those?
Yes, I get phishing emails all the time, trying to pretend to be others, asking for money. I get that quite often, but hopefully there's some restraints with the university. So what kind of controls can I use for information security?
Ugh, those phishing emails are the worst. Okay, so for controls, you know, there are tons of them. But like some of the basic ones are firewalls, antivirus software, and encryption. And of course, passwords. You gotta have strong passwords, right? I mean, I use a password manager myself. It's so much easier. But I think for a university setting, you might want to look into access controls, like multi-factor authentication. That way, even if someone gets a password, they still can't get in without the second factor. And also network segmentation, so even if someone does get in, they can't move around freely. Oh, and I just thought of this. Since you're teaching a class, you might want to talk about user awareness too. Like, educate your students on how to spot phishing emails and what to do if they get one. That's like super important. By the way, have you tried any of those password managers?
Yes, I have.
Class, it's pretty cool.
But they've been hacked too. So we'll talk later. Thanks a lot. We'll talk to you later, Annie. So what I like about Annie is you could even then put in, if you wanted in my calls, you could put in this information as well to my generating my Google Notebook. So you can see here that that is what will be covered here in security. You need to know the difference between what is security, what is basically security can be any type of protection, and information security, of course, is the processes from unauthorized access or modifications. The threat, any danger to a system, you need to know what a threat is, what exposure is how likely, what's the result then? Is there a harm, loss, or damage that can result if a threat compromises an information resource? And vulnerability, is it the possibility that the system will be harmed or a threat? So many times in the security, it has to be on my exposure and what is the consequences if somebody steals my PowerPoints versus what is the consequence if someone ends up getting all the university passwords or the health records of different people and as well. So basically, factors to vulnerability that they have: human engineering, social engineering. And if I look at this slide, let me just go back. What's important in this slide is you see that you have outside threats, and in this case it's the internet. This cloud here represents the internet, where they can notice at this point that it's going down. So I have basically what I call malware going into the organization, denial of service going into the organization, unauthorized users from afar, and hackers going into the information. And insiders, and then of course I have natural disasters like a hurricane, man-made disasters like fire, power outages. Think about California, right? For us, it's our hurricanes. And then you have to be aware of insider threats. And insider threats could be employees. Who knows the systems better but my programmers, my system programmers, my operators. Other insider information could be my other vendors, system software. There can be bugs in my system software, that is failure of protection, information leakage, installed unauthorized software. And hardware threats, it could be within the hardware itself. It could be in the PCs we have around or the computers. It could be in the databases, unauthorized access, copying, and theft. So this is an important graph for you to see. This is the corporation, and in this case, the corporate, it could be, for instance, a university, or it could be any business organizations. The more employees I have, the more I have to be aware that I have to educate my employees. I have to educate all my users. I have to protect for those insider threats. So basically, it can be coming from humans, those threats, and it can be coming from information systems. It can be coming, in this case, other threats, but those other threats can be anywhere in the world, right? And basically, carelessness, that they say the common human errors. Social engineering we talked about is when somebody pretends to be someone else and basically wants me to give it up and share with them some confidential information, kind of like you think about schmoozing, and then deliberate threats. Those deliberate threats are deliberately attacked. It's not unintentional, but basically organizations, software, people outside that want to do attacks to the system. And at the university, a lot of times they want to do attacks to the system, not to get your information, but to take over all of our laptops and attack other systems. And then you need to know the difference between viruses versus worms versus phishing attacks, whaling attacks, denial of service attacks, distributed, ways in which you have software that you're not even familiar with, that the software will not ignite issue until later on. And then basically, if I'm using a computer, basically that's not mine, someone could have put in a key logger that will basically capture every keystroke. So if I put in my password that's mask, it picks up every mask there is, spamware, tracking my cookies everywhere they are. And this is the key in which what I wanted to talk about. Juan Carlos, you were already talking about it, is I'm always going to have a risk. What I want to do is I want to analyze that risk. I want to be able to analyze the risk analysis and see how much is it going to be worth it to protect that risk. It's just like if I have a $500 car versus a $50,000 car, I may want to put some more security bells and whistles if I have a $10 million house versus I have a $200,000 house. So it's always going to be the organization then has to take corrective actions to create then that risk mitigation. And even if they have insurance, Juan Carlos, you have insurance on your car? Or your family has insurance on their cars?
Yeah, I do.
Right. If you're negligent and leave the keys in the car, right, and leave the doors open, you're negligent that possibly the insurance company said, you were so negligent that we're not going to cover it. So you have to basically say, I've done my due diligence. So the university, even though they have to do that dual factor authentication, because then the insurance company says, the university, you haven't done your due diligence. So you have to think about it, and these are the things that you need to think about. Risk acceptance. Risk assessment means that I'm going to take the potential risk. I'm going to absorb any damages. You remember, Andrea, I'm not so concerned about these PowerPoints. Right? If somebody goes and steals these PowerPoints, let them have it, right? So I'm going to accept that risk that I'm going to allow everyone to download these PowerPoints. You can spread these words on these PowerPoints. But I have to be accepting, I'm not going to accept that all your grades, all your social security number, the university can't say that they have to say some of this data is going to be very valuable if somebody takes it. Risk limitation means that I'm going to limit the risk by implementing some type of control that minimizes the impact. And what then, Juan Carlos, is risk transference? You told me.
It's like when you transfer the risk to somebody else. So, for example, insurance companies, they're taking the risk.
Exactly. This risk limitation is as a university, I'm going to put controls in. Risk transference means let me transfer some of the risk. When we get hacked, we can go, because guess what? If we get hacked, we have to retrieve it. We have to find out who did it. Not even did it. I could have like ransomware. Somebody basically set it out that I even can't go into my computer systems. The health center can't get to their access. Surgeons can't get to the data to see if I'm going to basically do some orthopedic surgery. I don't know if it's on your left foot or in your right foot. So this is the key of risk transference. And then what I need to do is there's a type, I have my accounting and finance people, there's a type of auditors, remember that we were doing auditors, that basically look at what kind of controls you have and are you abiding by those controls. And these are controls that you need to know. Physical controls would be what? Locking your car, right? One. Locking the computer room. We're going to be in a computer lab. They should have locks on that computer lab that somebody can't just go in there and just take all the computers, right? They have that already. Access controls then basic authentication and authorization, that I don't want everyone to go on into the university network. There's some that can be guests, that can be basically you can be a guest, and there's some can be that if you want to go into Blackboard, into my class, you have to be registered, you have to be a registered student, and so forth. Communication controls, that's going to be able, in a way, to have a firewall, to have anti-malware. And business continuity, if I think about, Andrea, business continuity planning, it means what? If the university is hit with a hurricane, and let's say a severe, we don't want that, but let's say basically grade 5, and they've torn down some buildings, what is business continuity planning would have to do? If they're down via hurricane and they can't operate for a month, what does the university have to have a plan on how they're going to continue doing business? And that's every business has to do it, right? If I'm Amazon, right, if their servers, they're in, let's say they have a number of servers in San Francisco, there's an earthquake in San Francisco, what should they do? They should have backup servers somewhere else in the East Coast or in the Midwest, right? Or in another country. And then information systems auditing is that there has to be then auditors, and a lot of times it's with accounting and others that go into the security systems and see, does an organization have the proper controls and are they being implemented? They could have all these policies, Andrea, on paper and nobody's following it. I used to be doing this for consulting, and for instance, they had me on a naval base and they wanted me to check on the security, and during lunchtime they were taking me around, and I said, you know what, it's lunchtime, instead of going to the front door, let's go to the back door. And they had all these biometric systems up where they check your retina, they're checking your fingers, they're checking basically sensors. And guess what they had in the back door? It was lunchtime and people didn't want to get their cards and didn't want to do all this. They had a brick put in a jar for the door. So it's almost that way in which you have to check each time. So these are the ways in which you can think about it. What are physical securities? My locks, my doors, my walls, right? These are my mechanisms where I'm going to have it. Here I have my physical controls, basically being my buildings. I have guards, I have the police. You see that on campus. And then I have my access where, and then my authentication, my access, my password. A number of you say, why do I need that mobile? Do a mobile remote employee or the hacker can get in through the systems, and then we have, it's not a physical wall, but it's a software wall that they're preventing that intrusion. So you can see here that I need a disaster recovery plan, and that disaster recovery plan means what? That if the university has to have a plan, what they call a cold site, a warm site, and a hot site. A hot site means that it can be up and running in a few seconds. Something like an Amazon can't afford to be down, right? You can think about it. Somebody will go to someone else. They have what they call hot sites. As soon as one server is down, the other one is immediately up and running in another location, in many different locations. A cold site means I have a building, but it's going to take me a while to get up, and a warm site is in between. So you can think hot means up and running right away. Cold meaning I have a place. Maybe we got an idea. Maybe what we say is we'll go online. Maybe we'll go to another place. You know, in LA, for instance, the fire, some of these schools are having classes in other churches, other places. And then you need authentication, authorization. Authentication is confirming the identity of the person that requires the access. Authorization, what rights and privileges do you have? We talked about it all the time, the audit area versus our regular area, right? And something what we have here is authentication, something the user is, something the user has, something the user does, something the user knows, like passwords. A lot of times people hate those passwords, difficult to guess. Communication controls, what kind of controls are they? Basically, not allowing traffic that's not supposed to be there. And then you can see here firewalls. What else do they have here? Letting me know. How public key encryption works, we'll talk about that later. But it's basically how to secure my data. Because what do I have? When I basically send data across the internet, by default, it's just in text format. So everyone could just grab that text and read it. So especially if I do you ever give your credit card? Basically, do you ever put in a credit card, Lily, in a browser when you're ordering something?
Sometimes.
Sometimes, right? So sometimes you want to make sure that site is secure sometimes, because if not, it's easy for somebody to grab that number and reuse it, and your code and all these other things that they get and the questions that they have, that it's available. Stop sharing. So questions. That's where we are. So what's the homework assignment? Thomas, what's the homework assignment to do in general?
We have a few things that are due. We have the dynamic AI assignment. We also have the adaptive reading, the assignment, and then the quiz to do.
Right. For security. And then we have, basically, if I look at a calendar, this week I want to finish up security and spend some more time on database management systems. And then next week, I want to spend time reviewing for the exams. Because on the March 3rd, we have an in-person exam. Questions? All right. Lily and Andrea, anything in the chat I need to discuss? We're saying
no.
So
Nothing in the chat.
So let's do this. What I suggest everybody do is let's do a first run, if you can, of the assignment that's due on Monday. Let's try to get a first draft of it for Wednesday. Why, Thomas? Because that way, if there are any issues that we have, we can kind of resolve it together rather than on Monday that it's due. But today already, you should already, if you haven't done it already, just make a chat with your group of which chapters you're going to be doing. And also make you can even do it already, make a folder for your next assignment. Okay? Anything else that I need to, do? So let me share my screen. Let's do attendance. Stay with me afterwards if you need for me to talk, need to talk to me, and remind me to turn off the recordings when we do that. So let me share my screen. Let me minimize this. And let me go back to, let's see, is this my regular one? Let me go to attendance. And let me check in. Let me start checking. And it's 57:58. So after you check in on 57:58, you're free to leave. Stay with me if you have additional questions. And I appreciate everyone joining me today, and I look forward to see what we're going to do in the future. Bye-bye. Thank you, Lily and Andrea, for helping out. And we'll see each other on Wednesday. Ciao. 57:58. Can you be, Andrea, can you do me a favor and put it in the chat?
I put it in the chat already.
Okay. Be on me. Okay, great. So
thank you. Have a nice day. Oh,
yeah.
Sorry.
No, I think we're set. And Jasper, did you put in your attendance?
Yeah, I just have a question.
Yeah, sure. Okay, let me end check, and then so then you're the last one. Let me stop sharing. Let me just stop my YouTube and my recording. Okay. All right.
It was about the first assignment, like the first individual assignment.
Which was what?
It was.
It seems so long ago.
The advanced digital communication skills.
And that was, and so what's the issue?
I got like a 6.8 out of 10.
Okay, okay, so check with, you have Sebastian's email, right?
I believe so.
You do. So check on our group. Go to the audit area. Go to the audit area now.
Okay.
And you see group 0?
Yeah.
And you see Sebastian?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and text him. He's not here today. He's out. But either text him tomorrow or on Wednesday he'll be in class. So just send him something and ask him to basically go over that and explain to you why you got that score.
Okay.
Okay, and then that way, see, it's good to know too, is maybe he misinterpreted or maybe something, you know what I mean? I want to make sure that that's the correct score and tell him that I asked you to do it. You know what I mean? He would graciously do it, but I'm just saying, tell it it's coming from me, that you were not sure why you got that score.
Okay.
Okay? All right, great. And how did your group do for the last one?
It was good.
What did you use?
I used OBS.
Okay.
We had the issue of like our Zoom recording file wasn't working, but we had like the YouTube and all of our.
Okay, and why was it not working?
I'm not sure. Like the file, like after we finished everything.
Were you doing it as a to the computer and without?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I might have. Well, I don't know. Like I could see the file, but it wasn't.
Okay, so you know what you could do next time?
What?
When you do a group recording. This was for the group recording?
Yeah.
Just put a note there, and you may want to add that to. Did you add that as issues? Did you add issues?
Yeah, I did.
So you may want to add that you can. The person that starts the Zoom, you can ask permission to record to your computer.
Okay.
So then they could do it. Also, what you can do is you could use OBS always.
Yeah, and I did use OBS.
Okay, so you have the recording anyway. Did you use OBS for the entire group?
No, we all used
Yeah,
a different one.
yeah. So, but I'm just saying, as a backup, you always can say, since we don't know what Zoom is happening in the background, because guess what, we have to be dependent on it. That's what I always do. Do an additional one with OBS or something like that, that you have an additional recording. Also, your YouTube, did you stream live?
Yeah, I did.
So the streaming, no, but the group stream live.
I think I was the only one who live streamed.
But who made the Zoom recording?
I made the Zoom.
Oh, you were the initiator of the Zoom. Okay,
Yeah.
so you have that. So put in, see what the problem is. You know, see now if you can get to it.
Okay.
And make the whole idea then, Jasper, is to make sure that you're documenting your issues and figuring out what you can do for the next time.
Okay.
Do you understand? That's the whole thing about the class, which is so nice, right? That you can kind of figure out, then what can I do as a backup?
Yeah.
When Zoom somehow it gets corrupted, we don't know where it got corrupted. Was it between the university's connection and Zoom, or we don't know where it was? It's beyond our control. I have a backup.
Okay. Yeah, got it.
Got it. So put those in your notes, that you
Okay,
won't be, penalized for it. Say that you spoke with Dr. Russian in your notes of submitting of the issues. This didn't work, but I have the backup of my YouTube live stream. Luckily, I have my YouTube live stream, and it would have been, and another possibility, but I could have used OBS as well on top of Zoom to make that recording, so I could have had OBS as another way to record. That's why we're using all of this. Had you used OBS before?
No, I hadn't.
Okay, so that's great that you have that. And what is your major again? Remind me.
It's finance and legal studies.
Okay, so you can see why that's going to be important.
Yeah.
Yeah, in any of it, right? In terms of educating, or in terms of what's happening, or somebody said something, right?
Yeah.
So, that we're not even sure what they said, there's so many issues. Okay, great. So keep it up. So just contact for either, you can wait till Wednesday till he comes back.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, my pleasure, Jasper. Keep up the good attitude. Okay? So just reach out to Sebastian about it.
Yeah.
Take care.
You too.
Bye.
It seems class ended a little early.
Who? Mine?
Yeah.
Yeah, I ended a little bit early for them.
Mine as well, too.
Yeah, and it was interesting. I forgot completely that Sebastian wasn't going to be in class today. He's somewhere, I forgot where he is. But anyways, let me just stop this recording. I don't need. Okay, let me just go back. What else do I, and let me just, I don't have this. So I think we're set. The other thing, let me just check here. The other thing I think we may want to do is make sure, okay, now it is let them know that generate takes time. So,
I can put that in
yeah, because what happens is if you record.
Oh, yeah, I just paused the recording when I did that.
Okay, so you may want to tell them.
I'll put that in there.
You know what I mean? Because that's going to be important. Because I don't know how long it took. I was just.
Like 5 minutes usually.
Yeah, but it varies. You know what I mean? So you don't want them to keep on recording. So one is tell them that. And the second thing is right in the beginning, let them know they're going to have to separate for each chapter.
Yeah, I put that there.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, but I think the pause recording, because I generate, will take time.
Perfect. I'll put that in bold.
Yeah, put it in bold.
And I'll update that.
Okay.
And yeah, the other thing is there already.
Okay, so what we have today then is Mauricio. You have his email?
Yeah.
So maybe you can send him out a friendly reminder that just to make sure that he's coming, confirming today that he's coming at 5:30 and at 7. You know, well, if he comes at 5:30, then we'll see him. And the other thing is, remind me, there's a security awareness system, I guess, training that all employees have to do. Did you get it? Or maybe if you're, okay, maybe because you just are working part-time.
I haven't checked the email though today.
No, not today. This was a while back. Remind me to ask him what he thinks about doing that, if it would be useful for our students to take that security awareness training. How long it is and whether it would be useful. You know,
You can ask him in Zoom.
yeah, that's what I'm saying when it comes to the Zoom. I think those are issues that we need to do. So we'll see how that works. So I want to kind of keep it even on that sense. I went over that. So I think we're set. I gave them the instructions, what they needed to do. And I went through your instructions with him.
Awesome. I thought I did a pretty good job.
Yeah, you did it. You did, and you did an excellent job. Just, you know, little things, tweaks that I just think about.
Yeah.
You know, and then I saw. I don't know what our groups are. There was one group that had 2 students in our class. I don't know what they do, and then when the students say, I don't know, that, like this past student, he said he didn't know why he got 6.8 or something. I said, I think about which section, and I said, go talk to Sebastian.
I saw that email. I'll talk to him.
What?
Or Sebastian. I saw you forwarded an email to me about it.
Who did? But if you didn't grade it, have Sebastian explain it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You have enough to take care of. I think each person in charge of that section take care of that, and then if you're like the lead, if you need to, you know, figure it out, some issue. And he said that he's coming today.
Awesome.
We'll see. Logan,
I hope he does.
you're ready for it.
I'll be there.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to take a break now, and then I'll get back at 5, and then we'll set that up. Okay.
Sure. I'll update the assignments.
Yeah. So make sure that it's all updated on all of them. Okay. Thanks. See you soon.
All right.
Ciao. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, you guys hear me? Okay, get everybody's cameras on. So I got the okay from Mauricio. I texted him. So good. So let me know more. Let me just promote you.
I'll let you know when he joins.
Yeah, let me know. I'm making you co-host so we can do it. So we can get everybody up and running. We can get everybody's camera on. Okay. So Sabrina, how'd it go with last exercise? What screen recorder did you use?
I used QuickTime Player.
Okay, and how'd it go with your group?
It went well.
Okay, everything went well? Okay. All right. Fine. Let's get everybody up and running. And Daniel, can you please look at our audit groups if we have, is everyone in
Yes.
a group, and if we need to make any changes, and if there's any issues there, if you could reach out to
Sure,
any of
I'll
this.
put a message in chat too. If anyone has issues, just please message me.
Yeah, especially with groups and things like that. But if you could just check to make sure that we have everybody in their groups, we have set up. Okay, do I have any volunteers to moderate the chat today? Today we have an exciting day. You want to do that? Anyone else besides I'd like to have 2 people moderate the chat. Is there anyone else for class participation would volunteer?
I can do it.
Okay. Okay, so Harlan and today, if you could be so kind and look at the chats, and you can unmic yourself if there's something that I need to go about doing. Everybody knows that you need, in order to get full attendance credit, you need, unless you've gotten permission beforehand, you need to show your, have your camera on. So let's get that done. Okay. And have your face in the middle there. And then we can think about it. Daniel will see if it makes sense, maybe in some of the middle, to spotlight me and Mauricio.
I can.
You know, maybe switch on and off of where you'll be my spotlight king today.
I got it.
Right, and see where it fits, where it may be fitting for him. You know, it's like we can do some of that. He wants to do you know, exercises with us, and other ones I want to take a few minutes to do almost like a Q&A with him, with our security director. So you can play around with when it fit. So I promoted
Yeah, and
you.
if people have questions, I can spotlight them too.
Yeah, right, and then we can do it. Okay, so let me start recording so we can get up and running, because record to the cloud. You know, I think I'm in the, okay. And now I want to live on YouTube. We'll see if YouTube worked. Sometimes it works for me, sometimes it doesn't. It is training. Let's see. Go live. We can see if that preparing to live stream the meeting from Zoom to YouTube can work out. Okay. So can work out. Perfect. And what perfect is, perfect in every way. Okay. All right. I'm recording live. Any questions before we begin? Welcome, folks. Hopefully we have everyone's webcam up and running, and we have our moderators letting me know if there's something in the chat you would like me to discuss. And Daniel has been so gracious to join us as our lead teaching assistant. You can reach out to him as well. Okay, welcome. Today is Security Day. So everything that we wanted to know about security, we are being honored that we're having the director of security at our university to join us today. He will be joining us at 5:30. I'm sure he's going to get online, and Daniel let me know when he comes in. I'd like us, we have a chapter, right, coming up on security, and it'd be interesting for him to guide us and see what are the issues that we're having with the university, what challenges he faces, and how does that affect us, how does it affect businesses. Okay, so let's just get into it, because I want to go over what are our assignments for next week and the coming weeks, and we're having an exam. Alexa, you know we're having an exam. Do you know when our exam is, Alexa?
Yeah, March 3rd.
And where is it? It's in person. It's not online, right? We get to be in person, right? So in that case, we need to be prepared. You agree with me?
Yes.
So let's get prepared. So I'm going, and now we see, you see that, Alexa? You see you're right there in the first one, first position, ready to go. How great is that? I think that's fantastic. And you know that you can see that we're delayed. So let's go to our regular section. And what do we always want to do is look at what's due. I look at the what's due section. I know for we had our assignment for last week. It was extended till the end of Wednesday, where we talked about data knowledge management, and you had your screen recording assignments. You got that in, I assume, Alexa, right?
Yes, I did. And
great.
So did my group.
Fantastic. How good is that? So now what we have is next week, due next Monday, we have another assignment, and we call it a dynamic voice assignment. And this is one thing, Daniel, can you look at this for me a second? You see here where it says assignment 5, and then it says, here it says assignment 3, And here it says.
That's a mistake.
Okay.
Assignment 3 is actually assignment 4.
Okay, so there's so many assignments here, and it's 5 and 4, and you know what I mean. It gets confusing to us all. So I just wanted to make that known.
Yeah. Well, to explain quickly, each week the what's due has a different assignment number. The audit assignments are labeled separately.
Okay, right, but this should have been up to 4, right?
Yeah. It's 4.
Yeah. Okay. No big shakes. You know what I mean? But it just gets confusing a bit. Okay, we have a dynamic voice assignment. We have the readings on information security, and what's so great here is Sabrina, is that we have information security, and what better guide to have us is to see that he's coming in to explain it. And Harlan, can you be so kind, and we can talk about later if it's worthwhile for us to have these guest speakers coming in. Sometimes I think it adds a lot, and you guys can give me feedback on that. And we have the adaptive assignments. Just let me make sure that that's done. If I look at it, we know that these are basically going to be for the exam. Chapter 1, Tech Guide 1, Tech Guide 2, Chapter 5, and Chapter 4. If I look at Chapter 4, that's information security. We talk about unintentional threats, deliberate threats, what organizations can to protect information resources. We know we got risks here. What can we do is maybe we can set up some controls, and then you see information security adaptive assignment. And when I look at the information security adaptive assignment, I can see that the due date, I see that 40, right? I see one due date, and I see that it's for next Monday. So that's good. And then I have my other quiz that should be available, right? So let me just go into my quizzes just to make sure. And I see that I have quiz information security, and I see that it is due on the 24th. Notice it's before class, right? So those are available before class. And now I'm going to go to my audit assignment. And my audit assignment, this is correct then. In this case, then when I see the assignment will guide you through a dynamic Gen AI assistant to create a unique learning experience, you should record the process as a tutorial for others to follow using the course materials as an example. You will upload the PDFs in the textbook chapters, explore Notebook LM interactive features by asking 2 to 3 questions, and generate multiple choice questions, and record your session with Zoom to capture both screen and audio. Okay, can you just add right here, be so kind, Daniel, and add that basically in this section assigning a unique chapter to each group, or to each group member, just so everybody knows that. And then if I go into the dynamic voice assignment, these are the specific instructions. And what I'm going to be able to talk about is we're looking at Gen AI, right? And we're looking at ways in which AI can help us in our work. We're going to be using Notebook LM as an example. What I think is basic. Alexa, you told me there's an exam coming up. So why don't we want to create a tutorial on Notebook LM to see how it works, see what the pluses and disadvantages are, and then we need to basically, if I go to Google and type Notebook LM, you'll see under Google Notebook LM that Think Smarter, Not Harder, the ultimate tool for understanding information that matters most to you, built with Gemini 2.0. So what this will do is you'll try this notebook. You need a Google account, not the university's account, same as you use for YouTube, and it creates a personalized AI research assistant. So you see that, Alexa? And what I'm saying, Alexa, is how many group members do you have in your group?
Well, we're 3. Well, 4 including me.
4, okay? We're doing an example for group 1, so each of you do another chapter for the exam. Isn't that great? And then we'll prepare it, so you'll upload your sources. You can do a PDF, so you can save as a PowerPoint to a PDF. You could use YouTube's and video files, right? And then you can get instant insights. You can see the source, not just the answer. You can listen and go, and it creates a podcast for you. And we value your privacy. We don't use and train your data and how people are using it. So if I go to, I don't want the beginning quiz. What do I want? I want this. If I go to assignment groups, what I usually like to see is group 0, Alexa, to use group 0 as your example. Group 0 is an example, so one person in your group can already do that. Make a folder called Dynamic Voice AI Assignment. And what I want here...
Yeah, this will be updated.
Okay, right. Right, okay. You read my mind, Daniel. We work so well that before... Right, but you know what I'm talking about. Okay, so you even saw that right here is, you see here, this is what I want. I want a Zoom cloud recording link, Zoom AI companion summary, where Daniel demonstrated how to use this tool to generate study materials from a PowerPoint presentation and discuss the steps for preparing for the upcoming exam, reflections, issues, improvements, how you think Google Notebook LM can be improved, what problems you face, what reflections, how could this be used in the future, how could this be used in business. And what I also want, Alexa, is that you chat with Google Notebook LM and ask it, each person in your group for your chapter, come up with 5 multiple choice questions with the key. Isn't that great? So what we'll do is, since we'll have everybody's questions, it'll be interesting to see, does it come from the same chapter? Does it come up with different multiple choice questions? Will you be able to see everybody's updates? You will. That's the beauty of being in the audit area, right? It's not going to be private. How great is that? And you have the answer key. So this is what I want you to do for next Monday. And what is so great is it, you can, if you're 3 people to a group or 2 people, or you want to do all the chapters you can, but each person is responsible for a chapter from the book. So if I go back and look at the assignments, right? I look at the assignment groups and I go to group 0. I want to be able to see, you see that, Alexa? Each person in your group, what chapter they covered. So Daniel already covered chapter 1. When he covered it, he covered chapter 1. So basically, how this Google Notebook works, which is pretty interesting, let me just make this minimize, is like this. Here are your sources, right? You create it. This even said already, information security, threats, controls, and risk mitigation. That's what we were going to talk about before. The PDF, right, of Rayner, instead of a PPTX, it could do Google Slides, but since we have it as PPTX, just save as, take what I have, save it as a PDF you can. Notice it created already the main types of threats for information systems. Notice this already created it, that you can save as notes, see unintentional, that you can have deliberate threats, and then you'll have at this time, you can create, then it asks you to create a table of contents, etc. You can do information securities, information threat types, and notice this is what I'm excited about. You have an interactive mode here that you can play.
Hey there, deep divers. Ready to dive into something a little different today?
Different good, hopefully.
Oh, it's good. It's good. It's information security.
Ooh. information security.
Yeah, and we've got some fascinating sources to work with today.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hey there, what's up?
I'm joining. I'm Dr. Rush, and I wanted to know, can you give me a multiple choice question about the threats to an information systems?
Well, hello, Dr. Rush. It's great to have you with us.
Yeah, welcome to the show.
Absolutely, and a multiple choice question is a great way to get into this.
Yeah, that's a really fun idea.
So how about this one? Which of the following is not considered an unintentional threat to information systems?
Okay, that's good.
Okay, Dr. Rush, so you're looking for a multiple choice question about threats to information systems.
It's a great idea, a little pop quiz to get us going.
I love it. Let's see, how about this?
Okay, lay it on us.
Which of the following is not a key factor contributing to the increasing vulnerability of information resources?
Ooh, this is good.
A, carelessness with laptops. B, opening a questionable email. C, a denial of service attack. Or D, poor password selection.
Ooh, that's a good one. That covers some key points we're about to talk about.
I tried to make it relevant.
Yeah, and it also highlights the difference between those unintentional and deliberate threats, right?
Exactly, and it's a concept that our source material dives into.
Okay, yeah, so let's keep that in mind.
A, today's interconnected environment. B, the increasing skill needed to be a hacker. C, smaller and cheaper computers. D.
Oh, back to our listener. What's up?
Yeah, I have another question before we get into it. I'm not sure what transference is. Do you know risk transference is? To transfer risk?
What's up?
What do we mean by transfer risk in information security?
Well, that's a fantastic question, Dr. Rush. It's great you're thinking ahead.
Yeah, it sounds like you're asking about risk transference, and it's a really important concept.
We were actually planning on getting to that a bit later in our conversation, but we can definitely address it now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the main ways to mitigate risks, so it's key to understand.
So risk transference in the context of information security is essentially shifting the responsibility for a risk.
Like you're not actually getting rid of the risk itself, just moving the potential impact to someone else.
Exactly. Think about it like buying insurance. If your company gets hacked, the insurance covers the financial damages.
Yeah, you transfer that financial risk to the insurance company.
This is actually one of 3 key mitigation strategies that we'll be getting into later.
Yeah, so there's risk acceptance, limitation, and then transference.
And we can explore those more in detail when we get to it, but that should give you a good idea of what risk transfer.
So Alexa, what did you think?
I think it was pretty cool.
So it creates a podcast for you. But the generation of the podcast takes about 5 minutes. Quickly, when you upload your PDF, it will already come up with a summary. You should click on where it will give you a briefing, a timeline. You can click on all of those. That generates quite quickly. But the podcast itself, it's amazing. It comes up with a male, female. It almost has the ums and ahs as a podcast. And what they've added is you can then basically cut in and join. Give your name and it will address you by your name and you can basically ask questions. Right now, that Google Notebook allows you to join. That's a new feature. Last semester we used this, Daniel, and it wasn't even there, right? You also, before you start, you can customize it and let it know, for instance, that this is supposed to prepare students for an exam of multiple choice questions. But since it takes 5 minutes to generate, what suggestions do you have, Daniel, for them to do?
Oh, since you'll be recording it on Zoom, you can just pause the recording, step away from your computer, do whatever, and then just play it once it's generated.
Do you understand? And then I want you also in the chat section, in the middle, I want you to ask then Google Notebook to come up with 5 multiple choice questions based on the chapter with the key. And it'll be in written form that you can then make sure that you've cut and pasted that in your submission. I've reviewed another program that I shared with Daniel that we'll look at that is a competitor to Notebook LM that focuses in on podcasts. That not only this podcast, if you listen to it a number of times, and all of you will have the same two voices, a male and a female, and they'll do kind of like the banter. I guess they tried to emulate as podcasts do. But you will get those two same banters. Plus, they don't give you the transcript of their chat, of their podcast. Plus, they do not record you joining in. So what I like you to do, that's the reason why I want you to record it, so you'll have yourself joining in and asking the questions. And I don't know, Daniel, do you want them to also jot what questions they asked, or you'll just view that?
I'll just view what they say.
You'll view what they say. Okay. Yeah. So you'll have that.
Sometimes the answers and the questions can be long-winded.
Right. So they have that. And some things, can you customize it? Did you check if you can customize? Say, I want like a shorter version, or I want a 5 minute.
That didn't work when I prompted that.
Okay.
So you unfortunate.
Yeah.
The other thing is, if you generate the podcast and then start playing it and then join interactive afterwards, it won't pick off where you are. It'll start from the beginning. So make sure you join the interactive.
Okay. So we can do it. Any questions on the assignment for Monday? So what I suggest you do is try out the assignment already. Make your have each group member take a chapter, make that folder today, try it out and see where you get stuck, and we can discuss it on the next time we meet. We can discuss it again. All right? And then we know we have it. And graciously, Mauricio, I see you're here joining us.
Yeah.
You're here, dressed to success.
Yeah, always. This is my regular business attire.
I love it. It's great with the you behind us. Listen, Mauricio, I am so honored for you to come and join us. And not only are you coming for one, but you're coming to back for my classes. I appreciate it. We have an excellent class here, mainly of our University of Miami Business School students that are into entrepreneurship. We basically, what we've covered in this class is we really made an emphasis on AI tools. They're basically, as a matter of fact, next week, have you seen, what was the name, Daniel, the other podcasting I gave you last time I told you? What was the name of it? What?
I'll tell you.
Yeah, tell me. Anyways, they're doing a number of it. So what I wanted you to do is share with them. We're doing a lot of Gen AI, kind of checking it out. We're going to have a project where all of these folks, they'll be in groups, and they'll be Gen AI consultants to businesses, and and if they're real estate, they'll be in real estate. If they're marketing, they'll be in marketing. I think that's a fabulous, in accounting, of all those tools that they can do, and trying to basically, they know the hallucinations and the issues, but it really can help them a lot, and they know that it's not going to go away. So we wanted our next chapter that we're going to be covering is on cybersecurity, and I wanted you to kind of lead us in a discussion, and then afterwards I wanted to also mention to you, have a little bit of time that they can kind of ask you Q&A, of having that. And another point, and I was wondering about it, is I got, as a faculty member, I have to take security awareness, right? You're aware I have to take a module. I think it's due in March. Our students don't need to take it. Is it useful if they would take it, you think?
Yes, we have the module. It hasn't been mandatory because we're going to the student affairs and all these checks. It will be helpful for the students. understand. Sometimes the students don't have an idea of what's
Right,
going on.
right.
Like today,
So
we're gonna
what
talk
we can talk
something cell phone.
offline if we can make it available even just to my class, and they can give you
Yeah,
feedback of whether I don't know.
absolutely.
So that was something that I was thinking about. I don't know how long that takes, but we'll talk about that offline. So what would you like to?
Jelly pod, Professor.
Pardon?
See what?
It's called Jelly pod.
Jelly?
Pot. Oh yeah,
Have you seen that
jelly
one?
pot. Yes,
Did you try it out yet?
I have. I have.
Okay, because
Interesting.
okay,
Interesting stuff.
okay,
So,
okay.
Sarah, so thank you for inviting me here. And one thing I gotta tell you, I have my name is Mauricio Andy. I'm the Chief Information Security Officer. It's a mouthful. We call ourselves CISOs, CISOs, and I'm in charge of protecting the University of Miami. Anything that has the U logo falls under me and my team for protection. So U Health, the athletics department, the academy. And I'm also an adjunct faculty at FIU, and it's funny because I do a class on Wednesdays at 6:30, and no matter how many, I have 42 students in that class. Nobody turns on the camera but me, and I'm a smart and see how engaged your students are. They turn on the cameras and so happy to be here. And for the students, this is for you. It's not for me. I live it. I go through it. It's
But
real.
we
It's real.
appreciate you taking your out of your busy time. You even on a Monday are able to come with us. So what would you like to
Yeah.
share?
Okay. So something that is dear and near to all of this generation, mostly. I'm an immigrant to the United States, but I'm also a technology immigrant, meaning I wasn't born with a computer in front of me, let alone back in the day, we didn't have what you all have as you were born, like the screens. So I want to talk about iPhones and why iPhones and iPads and your mobile devices have been an issue for all of you doing in this class. It is important. More AI, the more AI develop, the more bad actors take advantage of AI, not just the good actors. I've been playing these days with a tool that allows me not to do PowerPoint anymore. I just sell this cool app, AI, what I want to talk about, and it does all the presentations for me, which is great. It's great and it's crazy. It saved me like 4 days of time. But talk about security and iPhones and your mobile devices. Some of you may be in love or use iPhones and very intricately know what an iPhone does, and that's your life, and Macs and iPads. Some of you may use Androids, but nevertheless, the operating systems are vulnerable. Bad actors are taking advantage of that. So, at the end of these questions, I will put some links, and one of those links is an interview of the Wall Street Journal journalist that did a piece on a bad actor who's in jail serving 94 months for stealing not the iPhone itself, but it tells the story at the end. But what it does is steal your data, and so I'm gonna go through 17 points. I'm gonna give you the data, but I'm also gonna post everything you hear me say, so it's clear. And it maybe it's a call for you all to understand how bad this is. So the first one, updates, security updates, they're necessary. They're not just oh my god, here's another one. You see how fast they're coming. Almost every week, Apple is releasing a security updates. They call it updates, but if you take a few minutes to click on what is in this update, most often than not, it's not just features updates, AI updates, but also security. And the reason being is this these devices. I leave my wallet at home and I keep on going driving wherever I go because chances are I don't need my wallet. But if I leave my iPhone at home or my phone, I immediately turn around and do it because I can't live without my phone. Everything is in that iPhone. So security updates necessary. Apply them. I know they're like, oh my god, here we go again. I'm gonna postpone. I'm not gonna do it. In the old days, before you were here in this class, probably you were in high school, there were a way that you could do jailbreak your iPhones, not to do other stuff other than what iPhone is designed to. Jailbreaking is dangerous. Jailbreaking is bypassing all these security tools. But today, Apple had made it so it's very hard to jailbreak it. It's not impossible. And so update your security, your phone always. It's kind of your hygiene 101. The second one, in that video, you're gonna see this. Do not hand over your phone to anyone. Do not. They're con artists. Maybe you went out to the game and you're all excited, we're winning, and this person next to you says, "Give me your phone." What they're trying to trick you on is you unlock the phone with your biometrics. The bad actor will actually lock the phone and say, "Hey, what's your code?" Because it's locked. And because it seems friendly and it seems okay, you give out your passcode. Now this person memorized your passcode, and in less than 10 seconds, they can add their face to your phone, your biometrics, change the phone password so you can no longer access it, and now they have access to all your data. It's true. I'm gonna send you that email, that video. So do not hand off your phone or leave it unattended. There's another way that I personally used in the past is I can use a device to put on top of your phone, and if your SIM card is not it doesn't have a pin to secure it, I can steal your SIM card and everything is on it. So please do not hand it off. Do not leave it unattended. The bad actors are quick and they're just waiting for that opportunity that you do that. So that's two. In terms of SIM card, you heard me saying SIM card, SIM, your SIM card. There is a new attack, and it's not new, it's been going on for a while, but it's more prevalent today when we call it SIM swapping. So bad actors are either taking advantage of you hand over your phone and they take your SIM card and your information, but they're calling, and it just started a long time ago with T-Mobile, and then migrated to the blue AT&T. But they call your carrier and they pretend that they're you into giving them access to your account so they can have access to your SIM, and now they can copy your SIM card. Now, if you recently got an iPhone, SIM cards are no longer physical, they're eSIM cards. You don't even need to go to the store, it's already activated. So please, get in the habit of going into your settings on iPhone, go to your SIM card and put a code, secure it with a code. Hopefully not the same code you use at the ATM or for your everyday usage, because that's bad, but put a code. So what are we trying to avoid? If somebody finds your iPhone or somebody steals your iPhone, that when they unlock that iPhone, they cannot get access to your applications and your SIM card. So think of it, your SIM card is your life because you got all the data. So very important. Any questions so far? Going good? Too basic? Any questions? Because we're gonna get into a little bit more on that. No questions? You knew that TikTok and Instagram is good at saying these things these days, so you get it. So the next one. There is a way that all of us can check if somebody is eavesdropping or is forwarding calls, messages, your anything that on your phone. If you get a text message, you bad actors can intercept that application or install an application on your phone, and everything gets routed. So if you have your iPhone in front of you, pretending you're gonna call somebody now and dial asterisk start pound sign number 21 and the pound sign again and hit send, the green button. In your screen, you're gonna be amazed. All of that information must say disabled. If there's any of this SMS messages disabled.
So what should they do? You want to repeat it? What should they do now? Can they do it now?
Start asterisk. Go to your try to make a phone call.
So everybody go to your phone, okay, and now what?
Go to your phone now and start or asterisk, pound, the number sign, the number 2, the number 1, and then pound sign again, and call, like hit the call button. In your screen, you're gonna see a set of, let me do it with you so we all do it. Start, pound, 21 pound. And it says interrogating your phone. It says, "Are you voice call being forwarded?" It must say disabled. Must, unless you know you're forwarding your calls to someone. Settings interrogation for fax. I didn't know you could do fax on your phone, but apparently you could. Disable. SMS, your text messages must say disabled. Okay? Syncing your data chip with another phone must say disabled. So please use this as the number one lesson. And once in a while, do that, because that's how you're gonna know if somebody is forwarding your information or your SMS messages or your phone calls somewhere else. So that's why this is important for you and the business and your project. So that's the number one I give you. The second one is we all travel. We all like to travel. We're in Miami. We go to anywhere, and we love really Wi-Fi. We love it. It's like even though we pay, it's free for us. Every time we go somewhere, we're looking for the free Wi-Fi. So if you go on a trip to different countries, or if you're in a cruise, there's a lot of people, and you're connected to that Wi-Fi. Sometimes, and chances are, there are bad actors waiting for you to do that. And every time you connect, you can see that it says unsecure, meaning the Wi-Fi is unsecure because every single information that transfers or travels to that Wi-Fi is not encrypted. So if you have people, a bad actor, people like me that know what we're doing, we can capture all the data, and we can capture communications, your credit card, your bank account, your WhatsApp feed, everything through that channel. WhatsApp is encrypted, so that doesn't apply. So be aware when you get out of the cruise, when you get out of the airplane, please restart your iPhones. Chances are that if you were connected to an unsecured Wi-Fi, bad actors try to put any application in there. So by you restarting, you probably will take care of it. So please get in the habit of restarting your phone, iPhone or Android, at least once a month. Because we travel, we do this day in and day out. Good? No
Good.
questions so far? We're
All right.
following?
We're following.
Good. Multi-factor authentication, it should be pretty straightforward. We all need to use to step up. So to multi-factor means more than one factor. You have, in my field of work, this is amazing because you probably never heard of this. When you identified yourself in an application, we played for years. We've been playing with something you know, something you have, and something you are. That's called multi-factor authentication. So something you know is a PIN or a password. Something you have is a security token. If you ever seen one, is a token that is physical. And are you gonna show one?
Yeah, I'll show it.
You're gonna
So
show
you want to spotlight me,
Look at that.
Daniel?
Look at that.
So I got it from you.
Thank you.
See,
Yes.
I got it from you. Signed, sealed, and delivered.
That's something you have.
Right.
And then the last one is something you are, which means biometrics. Your iPhones, your phones. I'm not gonna say iPhones, but our phones, our iPads are now come with you record your face, and now that comes something you are. A lot of technologies today work with your voice, your fingerprint in the past with Apple. So it's called biometrics. So multi-factor authentication is really putting an extra layer of protection between what we have to access and the bad actors. So please, do not see it as oh my God, this is another one of those. What we're trying to do is really protecting you. And that's the reality. So that's multi-factor authentication. No questions so far?
So this Duo Mobile that we have now, it's going to be switched over
to Microsoft Authenticator, which when we deployed Duo 5-6 years ago, that was the best product in the market. Guess what? The bad actors already know how to infiltrate themselves into Duo. So we are going to the best product in the market, which is Microsoft Authenticator.
Okay, and that'll work. And when will we be going to that?
We started the process. So the first thing we did was last weekend. We went with a login ID, we call it, which now you need to use your KNID at miami.edu. That's the predecessor. And the work will be completed and will be live in Authenticator in April 15th of this year.
Ask,
yes.
Why did you move from the user ID to the full email?
Perfect. So Microsoft, thank you for asking that question. Microsoft has its way of working, right? So there is a company, an application that Microsoft purchased called Entra, ENTRA, Microsoft Entra. And Microsoft Entra is the venue or the avenue to have the authenticator work. So in order for if we were going to go to Microsoft, it requires us to embed now Microsoft Entra, which requires you to use your KNID at Microsoft at miami.edu. And it's part of the process. So we didn't choose it. Microsoft said you have to do it. We did it. So that's what is done. Good question though.
Are there any things within the university that still use the KNID?
Yes. There's pieces that don't change internally. Blackboard will still use your KNID, not your login for now until we're gonna. The 15th is for you to the first time you access your email, for instance. No, you are in Gmail. Some applications that require you to have that login ID, and then the applications that we didn't transition over to Entra. Remember that word, Microsoft Entra. Then we're gonna start migrating them little by little. So it's gonna take about 6 months until we are fully deployed with this new login.
Like Citrix, for example.
Citrix, good. Citrix. I have a student from the academy that is doing an internship with my team now, and he uses Epic. Epic is our
health,
health record repository, right? So that's what we use. Epic will be migrated as well. Citrix will be migrated. Good questions. You're ahead of the game.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going into multi-factor, then applications, unknown applications. So very similar to an attack that it was happening, and you all seen it probably you all seen it in the social media, is this QR codes. So bad actors are doing the QR code hack for many years now. It's nothing new. You see a QR code, they print a bad actor's QR code and put it on top of it. The city of Coral Gables announced last week that bad actors were in the Park Mobile, or no, in what's the application we use?
Pay by phone.
Pay by phone.
Pay by phone, and then you see the QR code. Well,
right.
The bad actors are taking advantage of that, and when you try to download the app, it's taking you to the bad actors site, and the city of Coral Gables just came out and said, be aware of this scam. Well, one of the things that bad actors are doing is when you download an app, just make sure the app is downloaded from the App Store or the Google Play. From that source. Don't go just to a place and please download the app, click here. Because a lot of the times, more often than not, that is not a vetted application by Apple or Google Store. So that's what the bad actors get infiltrated on our iPhones or anything you download an app. So please be aware this is happening, and always if somebody says, hey, I like this app, you guys are working with AI, when you say this AI app, make sure you go to the App Store and download it from there directly.
From the original
Don't go anywhere
source.
else.
Do you have an opinion on F-Droid?
No, it's new to me, by the way. It's new to me, and we're actually, my team in my class, I think there's a project I have been doing just to learn more. I have my students working on it. No opinion yet. Thank you. That seems to be one app that is making. I asked my students to pick an app that is up and coming or operating system, and that's what they picked. Don't know much about it yet. I will next time. Private settings. Did you know that you can go on your phones, Android or iPhone? Android has come a long way. Usually, Android wasn't as secure as iPhones, but now they've come a long way. But checking your iPhone's privacy and security settings is always a good idea. I'll tell you what. My wife came to me the other day saying, "Hey, something's weird. My phone, there's a green light on my phone that keeps on is on, and I don't know how to shut it down." Does anybody know what that means? Anybody?
On.
What else?
The microphone could be too.
What else? Why is that happening?
You want to repeat? You want to repeat again?
Why is this yet green light here on your phone when you're not using it? You're not using it. You're not on Teams. You're not right now in class. You're not using it. It's just green. So my wife comes to me and said, "This light is green." One of the things I did immediately was check all the privacy settings, and I went to apps and found out what apps I have enabled, either Microsoft or video, the camera, or pictures, video, or a microphone. And we found an app that we didn't know what that app was. Nothing, no idea. As soon as I tried to turn it off, it wouldn't let me turn it on. It would come back to green. So I decided to restart the phone. Little did I know that was a bad application that got installed. My wife shopping all over and visiting sites, and she might have landed somewhere that uploaded that app, downloaded the app. So check your privacy settings. If you see that light on, the green light on, and your phone is not being in use, chances are either both the camera or the audio, the microphone is on, or one of the two or both. So you want to always check that. The other way to know if you have unknown bad applications installed on your phone is that a very nice, and I'm smart because who would have thought of that, is to check your phone battery. A lot of my students, a lot of you, I hear you. I'm walking around campus. Sometimes I'm eating lunch with you all, and I hear my phone, the battery doesn't last. I don't know what's going on. And I want to turn around and say, you may have an application that is eating your, but I hold myself. I eat fast and I leave. Literally, because they're going to say, "Oh, what do you mean? Why are you listening to me?" But one way to know if your phone is being intercepted, if there's an application that you have somewhere in there doing something malicious, is check the battery use always. And you're going to get the list of all applications that are eating up your battery. Believe it or not, my wife's number one, Instagram. Okay? My number one, anybody wants to guess? My niece being here, doing what I do? Okay, I give it out. Email. I'm always on email. Everybody's emailing me all the time, and I'm 24/7, so that's what I do. So check your phone battery. Please check. And if you see something unusual, follow the trail. Ask yourself, maybe there's sometimes applications that you installed a long time ago, you forgot about it.
So uninstall it.
Also, uninstall it. But also, it is a habit that we don't have as humans.
Right.
Every application that we download comes with a privacy settings, and it says we're gonna use the application to collect data. We're gonna collect data from your phone. We're gonna the camera, the location, always on. Or when using the app, we just want the app. We just go yes to all, and that is what causes the issues over time if we forget about this. So it is always a good practice to go check back your security, your apps, and your battery. Questions? So far, so good.
So good.
I'm on time today.
Yeah, good.
I am. Okay. So I'm gonna provide everything I said today, and I just leave you with one. Technology is great, as good as we use it for our benefit and for our daily life, school and social life. But that comes with also the bad actors trying to get the easy money. Trying to get to our credit cards, trying to get to our social media, and trying to get to our real life. So please, be mindful. This happens. It's real. It happens. You hear it from a friend. You don't pay attention when it happens to you. You're like, okay, what happened? So good. I'm gonna stop here just in case anybody has any questions. I'm gonna post this here for all of you. Is comes from a good place. and this is what I do for a living, and this is what I love doing. So here it is. Some videos in there too. If you want to more information, I just connecting you with the sources and best practices. So
okay, and where are you putting it? Where are you posting
in the
it?
chat.
Okay, great. Let me just see if I see it.
Let me see. I'm not posting it because it didn't like it.
Yeah.
Daniel, am I allowed to post?
You should be. Yeah. You can post to everyone.
Okay. Doesn't let me. Something is happening because I can't. So let me see.
Is it a file or is it a?
It is just words. It's just main words. Okay, word this time.
Okay.
Okay, so do this. I can do part 1.
Yeah, we got it.
Now
yeah, we got
part
it.
2.
Oh, that's good.
And then this one, please, if you don't care about anything else, and if you didn't hear anything I said today, please watch the video. The guy in jail telling the story
of the iPhone thief explains how he breaks into your phone. Wall Street Journal.
Watch it. It's impactful.
Right.
Impactful, and it gives us an idea how bad this is.
Okay, so this is basic. And what's number 2? iPhone hack to see who's spying on. So
yes, it's easy. This person did a very excellent job in taking a video. What things you need to do to find out if your iPhone has been hacked. Okay. And the third one is your Android.
And it hacks to see who's spying on you. Okay, so let's do this, Mauricio. Maybe we can do a quick, a couple minutes, like fireside chat here, Mauricio. Let me just ask you a couple of questions here. It's for our students, and then I'll open it up. They can put in their questions in the chat, or they can unmic themselves. But one of the things that I see with students is when they think about, first of all, they're unaware of security. and I just want to get my job done. But number 2 is they're all upset with doing mobile. Why do I have to do this? One student just told me this semester, it's the worst thing that he ever happened in his life. And I said, let's not exaggerate. More things could happen than you having to put it. But can you explain to us, what are you trying to prevent? And number 2 is, what are the challenges of this university versus any other business that it having? What is special here at the university that you, as being the chief information security officer, have to do versus if you were working at Carnival Cruise Lines or any other business? What is unique here? What is unique about the university?
Unique, I'm going to tell you what unique is. Okay. Our students' information, we valued it. It's valued. I mean, the parents, your parents choose to send you to the University of Miami, and we have to protect your information as it was mine. So that's number 1. Anybody get into your information, period. Sarah, you asked me this, and it's funny because your life's work, your research, the University of Miami is endowed by many good people that care about research and also government grants. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that bad actors are after is that research, our students' information. Believe it or not, they're after anything they can grab their hands on. The only thing between that student, that faculty member, and the bad actor is doable. Our passwords already compromised. Already, it's a note.
How do you know that? How do you know my password?
Weekly, we get a report. Can you believe that 22,000 individuals' passwords were leaked last week, and we got the report? So we don't
from this institution.
From this organization. So what they do is they look for anything that says Miami.edu. And they go in the dark web where the bad actors are either chatting about it, selling the information, or bragging about it. Right. And so we have 3 services that every week we get, as they pop up, 22,000 of a recent hack. And if you all recall, I'm going to remind you all that AT&T was hacked last year, 38 million records, 78 million records. And that's spinning right now. That will be coming. And why is that important? People say, well, it said University of Miami.edu. Because the passwords that we use in our daily lives and social media and everything else, we don't want to remember another password, so we reuse the passwords. So a bad actor is easy. Oh, I know what. All I need to know is your email, and I know now I have your code. So that is protecting us. Literally, it's protecting your parents because some of the parents are your proxies to pay the tuition.
Right.
If we don't have that two-factor authentication, anybody can divert those funds, and then your parents will be very upset that we let that happen. So it is a race right now. It's daily. We get the bad actors knocking at the door. Between that and putting something control in place is minutes, not days. Minutes or hours, and not days or weeks. That's why we're doing what we're doing consistently.
And then, what keeps you up at night?
I know this question. I'm gonna tell you, nothing keeps me up at night. I sleep like a baby. I wake up every 2 hours and cry. So bad actors are always. What keeps me up at night is our students and our patients. Believe it or not, the students are vulnerable. They come to the university. The patients are vulnerable. Every night I wake up and hey, did I say the right things to Sarah? Or I was supposed to change the passwords for 22,000 people. Did I do that? Or the bad actors already have. And I wake up and I run. That's why my phone is always on with me. So
okay, and let me ask you another question. How is I know that AI can be with the bad actors, right? That they can now generate passwords much quicker. There's going to be so many different things. How is AI helping you in your job?
We have top of the line, top notch, best in breed applications right now, all AI driven. Sarah, behavior analysis AI driven.
And what do you mean by behavior analysis?
Behavior analysis. This laptop is at this IP address right now. Duo does this, by the way. Remember I asked a question about Duo. We now have, because of Duo and CrowdStrike, our antivirus and the laptops, we have impossible travel. So if I see the laptop, and that's a profile that Sarah always comes in from the same IP address, sitting at the same city, and now I see somebody trying to log on from Nigeria, from London, from
Ukraine.
Impossible travel. AI is doing the math and the travel time, plugging it, disabling the account for potential malicious activity, and then sends an alert to my team, the Security Operations Center, and we follow up with a phone call. You don't know how many people thank us for doing it. They had no idea. They said, what do you mean? I said, yeah, somebody is been trying to log in from Russia. But I'm in Miami, Florida. Yes, that's why your account was disabled, and we're calling you. Sometimes we call them before they even know that the account was disabled. All AI driven. It's helping us detect unusual activity, impossible travel, and many other things that we can tell today.
Okay, great. Is there anything else? Daniel, you have something, or any of the other students want to share?
I don't have anything to add.
Okay.
Thank you, Mauricio.
Thank you, Mauricio.
Thank you. Anytime.
Thank
if
you.
you see me around, don't freak out. Ask questions. Please.
Okay, but it'd be interesting. And let us know, Mauricio, if that I think security awareness would be interesting. That maybe
send it to you.
Send it to us. That maybe we can do it as a class assignment. How long does it take?
It takes less than 7 minutes because that was the first thing that people told me. You can make it longer because people are gonna complain. So
yeah,
we kept it at 7 minutes.
Okay, and does it give me a report at the end?
Yes.
So that may be of an interest. So
pass or fail, but you have to retake it.
Okay, but do they need? So when they sign in, they'll sign in. You can allow my students to do it. Is there anything special?
You tell me who they are. And
okay, so what do I?
The course, and that's it.
Okay.
That's it. I know what to do. I'll assign it.
Okay, so I'll have Daniel reach out to you, and I think that Daniel, that'd be an interesting.
Should I just send a list of the cane IDs?
Yes, please. And I want to say something.
Yeah.
Sorry, you said inconvenience. And remember, we live in different times.
Right.
Security wasn't intended and never been for convenience.
Right.
Think about I went to the Arts Festival in Coconut Grove this week, and I had to buy a ticket.
Right.
I couldn't get passed through without a ticket.
Right.
And security is inconvenient. And now they're patting me, and I don't have anything now. Inconvenience. But you think about it, all the attempts, all these horrible things that happen. If we complain, how come security wasn't there? How come this wasn't there? But when we do it, people complain, oh, it's too hard. Why are you doing it? So we, me personally, or for all of you, I'm always trying to balance. This is a delicate balance between that convenience and security. And whenever I hear from faculty or students, make it easier, or can we listen? And if we can, we'll do it. But if we can't, it's part of
well, I think there's a balance, Mauricio, in the way that people need to do their work. Like I'm on the advisory computing community, and one of the things is, I know for Rasmus and the other schools, is we have to be out in a boat. We have to do our research there. I cannot be in my office all the time. So it's that idea of you're being so secure, I could be off the internet completely, right? And I'll be more secure than others. But you need to do your work.
Sarah, I'm going to go to the faculty council at ARush, the Marine School next week because of this issue. But, or individuals, whether students or faculty, will find a way to work around that, which is more in danger.
I know, because if you make it so hard.
Yes.
Right.
The controls are so stringent.
Right.
They're bypassing the security.
Well, they have their thing. Right. Well, it's the same thing. Like one of the faculty say, a lot of times I don't want to even have a university computer because of the restriction. There's so many things that there has to be a balance where I'm so secure, but I can't do my work properly. Versus it's a delicate balance that I think that we need to think about. But I think what will help in the communication is what would happen if I didn't have to do it. Why am I doing this? I think that's never explained well enough. So it's just like, if I know this, if my students are aware of it, then I can take that security. It's almost like in the airport, people are upset. Maybe they're not doing the right things. Why do I still have to take off my shoes? And they're not moving with the times. They're not doing the shoe bomber anymore. They're doing something more sophisticated.
Something is happening because I get my TSA. When I got my TSA pre-check, there was nobody in that line. Now everybody has it. But now the lines are faster in the other line with no TSA than here. So yes, I get it. Sorry.
Yeah, so it's just
make of those face scanners at TSA. Kind of curious.
Okay. Okay. True fact.
Yes.
Fact for all of us. There were. I don't believe that the test period ended. So when we started going there and they asked us to scan our faces, it wasn't mandatory. But here it is. Sarah just said something. Do not. You never told me what you're doing this. Maybe it was not mandatory. It was really more, would you like to be part of the pilot? But then I researched it. And the second thing is, you're telling the person doing the work, I don't have to do it. Now I say, yes, you have to do it. And now you're saying, no, the website, now you're getting into it, you get arrested, so I rather do it. What do I think about it? It's another way. And it's again, we talk about balance, about security, threats. It is another way to try to get to the bad actors, terrorists, somebody before they get on a plane, because the TSA is obviously not working. Now they need my face to do face recognition, AI, and in a matter of seconds know who you are there at the airport, and now we can get it. There's a huge backlash right now on invasion of privacy, because they're not just taking your face, there's people behind you. Things happening that they're also capturing. It's fascinating. And we can talk.
Yeah, we can talk about it. But I appreciate, I appreciate you so graciously coming in your busy time to talk to us, and maybe we'll set up something in the future. But I really like that awareness training, that we could even look at the reports and then get a feel for it. I think that'd be great. So
I'll send the K9Ds very shortly.
Yeah, so we have some classes. We'll send that to you, Mauricio. Thank you very much. I wanted to, again, thank you so much. I appreciate it so much, Mauricio, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. See you
Bye-bye.
soon. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you. Okay, so let's put everybody together here. in the spotlight. I think we have you spotlighted. So I think I need to share my screen. You want to share your screen? We'll do attendance, Daniel.
Sure.
We can do attendance. If you have any questions, let me know. I suggest try it out, a little bit of the, even as that notebook, LM, and then we'll talk about it more. We'll do some more about security and answer any of your questions for Wednesday. So do you want to share the code?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up.
Yeah. Got it?
It's just loading. All right. 3526.
3526. You want to put it in the chat? 3526 is the attendance. Stay with me if you have questions. Otherwise, I'll see everybody on Wednesday. And have a good day.
I have a question.
Yes.
I was on the emailed you a few days ago about me being sick.
Okay, let me just stop recording, Ava, okay? We don't you remember need to know? Right? Everyone doesn't need to know that. Okay. Okay.
Which days were you sick?
I didn't really miss anything from that because I ended up doing it was last Wednesday, I think, when we had just the group project time.
Okay, so what is your
no actual class?
Okay, so what is your issue? Ava, remind me.
My thing was I was a little bit behind. I did some assignments. There was an individual one that I just completed late, and also I think it was our first group project. They had done it without me because I was at practice, and I guess I was wondering if I could just do it by myself. I don't know. And there's
okay. So why don't you do this? Why don't you reach out to Daniel, Ava, and I give him permission. You're an athlete too, right?
I'm on the two club teams. I'm not on the actual team.
Okay, what club teams?
The indoor volleyball team and the beach volleyball team.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So, Daniel, you want to do that? Set up a time or through email or something or text.
Just email me.
Email. You have Daniel's email, right, Ava? He's in group 0, right? So email him, and I'm giving him permission to adjust your score. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, Morgan, are you there? Sometimes they don't shut off. Okay. Why am I seeing you as, are you spotlighted or what? What happens? Why am I seeing the view?
I think you're
speaker. All of a sudden it became speaker. Okay. All right. Perfect.
So I'll send him the list of all the sections.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting for us. You know what? Let us send it to us, put it in, and then maybe you and Sebastian can do it.
Before I send that over?
Send them all of ours, and you and Sebastian can look at it, and send them well, I guess I get it anyways from the...
yeah, I think you have it.
I have it anyways. So see if it's worthwhile. I don't want to give assignments just for, you know what I mean? Busy work.
I mean, they can have it in their, was it in Blackboard, I'm assuming?
What?
Like the module is in Blackboard?
No, it's not in Blackboard. Some kind of a way.
Well,
we'll see. Look at it. Send it to them today, at the end of the day or tomorrow. You don't have to rush on them. Just send them a list of all the, I guess, IDs of all the classes and see if what he wants to do. So it just kind of, it's awareness, it's like, social and don't do social, don't give your passwords, don't give,
Yeah. I mean, I'm aware of all those, but most people are not.
Yeah. So whether I'm judging on you to give me feedback whether it's worthwhile.
Yeah.
Okay, and then at I'm gonna end now, and then for our class he's gonna come later at 7. He
Yeah.
basically said he was gonna do something completely different.
Sure. Should I add Spencer as well
What?
for
Yeah.
the PNID link?
Yeah. Why not?
Okay.
Maybe she wants to do it too. Add Spencer and add Sebastian and add yourself. And I think that it is for it. And I was a bit disappointed because he said that he was going to be doing, I guess he didn't have enough time. He was going to do some clones and something more interactive. But it is what it is. Okay.
Oh well.
All right. You know what I mean?
It was nice to hear from him.
He was gracious enough to take our time. I'll see what I do next time. Sometimes it may be interesting. The other class, maybe have him as a group first before he does something, even not the spotlight, that I think next time I'm not going to spotlight him right away. You know what I mean? Because then it makes everybody else not interactive.
Yeah, they don't participate.
They don't much participate. So I see it now, when you do that, everybody else becomes peripheral. I want it the opposite. I want people to really gain in what are your issues with, security. But this was not bad when he did things like, I think, showing what you should look for on your phone, like to do.
Yeah, it's always good to know.
Oh, okay. All right. So we'll see. Anything else I need? I'll see you at the end of my next class.
Yes.
Okay, and then we'll deal with Logan if he shows up. I think he'll show up today. That's my guess that he'll show up.
I think he probably will.
Yeah, too. So we can discuss it. Okay. Talk to you
Yeah.
later. Ciao.
All right. Bye.
Inference is all about.
So does that make more sense?
Now let's get back to that multiple choice question. Do you have any thoughts on that for us, Dr. Rush?
Yeah, we're excited to hear what you think. So that was a great question to start with.
Yes, it was perfect for our topic.
All right, now that we've got a little mental warm-up, let's get back into it.
Absolutely. And let's dive into the main types of threats, starting with unintentional ones.
Okay, so our source material
like someone. I don't get a good class participation when I don't. Something like that, and I don't realize it. So I don't stop myself. down there. How's it going?
Hi, how's it going?
Okay, how's it with you? How'd the group go? Your individual, the group, how'd it go?
It was a little confusing, and I did not get it on the first try a couple times, but we got there in the end.
Okay, what was so confusing?
I couldn't. I was using OBS.
Yeah.
I couldn't screen share.
Okay, did you figure it out?
Sort of.
What do you mean, sort of?
I'm not sure how it.
Okay.
Exported,
okay, so you know what? Do me a favor, Greg. In the very beginning today, or do this now. Go on the audit area right now.
Yeah.
And look through who else used OBS, the other groups. Let me know if there's someone else that used OBS.
Yeah, there's other groups that did.
Okay. Then reach out to, and you know specifically who used it, right? That's the beauty. And then your assignment for Wednesday is, even today, see if they're in class and text them under the chat, or you can even text them that you want to find out your questions answered.
Okay. I think I might have figured it out, but
but it's good. Isn't that the great idea, is that we have the class already to help, and then when you figure something out, somebody will help, you'll help them. But you don't want to be in the situation that you're not 100% sure what's happening, because you're going to be using it again, and you don't, and all of a sudden, hey Greg, this will be an opportunity for the next assignment to also use OBS, and I'm not 100% confident. Figure out where, and then you have to articulate where are you getting stuck, or have them show you what is the issue.
Okay.
You got it? How we work it? And that's the beauty that we have redundancy built in. More than one. I didn't want to have it redundancy within the group, because then you'll have different ones, but outside the group. So who used it? Read me their names of who used OBS. Greg. You're muted, Greg.
Yeah, let me just find.
Find them and write and jot it down of who used OBS. Okay. Okay. So Quinn, how's it going?
Pretty good.
Okay. What did you do for a screen recorder?
I use Zoom.
You use Zoom as your screen recorder?
Or Loom.
Loom. Okay.
Yeah.
They all sound the same. Zoom, Loom. And what are pros about it?
I thought it was like really self-explanatory and easy to use. Especially like with the editing, like you could trim it real quick. Like it was very easy, I thought.
Yeah, and you also, did you see that you can also set it up into chapters? You can tag it. It puts it, basically it's almost like your own website. It's almost like a YouTube, but it's Loom of all your parts. And then you can make things public. You could share the links with other people. Yeah, and so did you use the 7-day trial, or did you use the regular one, the 5-minute?
I think it was a 7-day trial.
So you got the full capabilities. Yeah. Okay. So if everybody can get their webcams up and running, there's a couple of people that are ill today, so I've given ahead of time permission to not have their cameras, but if I haven't given you formal permission, you need to have your cameras on in order to get attendance grades. I need to see your charming faces. So Frank, what's up?
Nothing much.
Okay, are you in a different place, or you just look like you're in a different location than usual?
No, I'm just on my couch right now.
Okay, so
Yeah, had a long day.
All right. Okay, so we'll have a fun day. So this is what's going to happen. Let's do this. Do I have folks that everybody has to have their cameras on if you haven't gotten formal permission to have that? Okay. Levi, you're with the shirt and tie, formal. I like it. Out of due respect, you're the formal one. You'll be giving you the main lecture today. You look so formal. Okay, folks, we are having the director of security come in. Our next chapter is security, and we're having the security director come in. So he's coming in at 7 o'clock. So I'm going to go over our assignment. He'll come in for a half hour, and then we'll do some other discussions. But I think it's good that you'll give me feedback. I think it's good whoever knew who was the Chief Information Security Officer. Raise your hand if you even knew his name. I mean, they they keep low profile, right? Have you ever heard of his name, Jordan? Did you even know we had a chief information security officer at our university? No clue. So we'll get to see him and see why are we paying him those big bucks, right? And what is he securing? And who likes a duo? Who does not like a Duo Mobile? Raise your hand. Anyone? Okay, we'll figure out. We'll ask him and think about questions. I want to do it in a respectful manner, right? And he has a lot of expertise, and let him help us become more secure and understand it. Okay, so in order to do that, who would like to moderate our chat today for class participation? Sydney, would you like to? Thank you so much. Anyone want to join Sydney and help in terms of looking at it? Will, you want to do that? So Sydney and Will, perfect. Okay, so we got that. I want to, so much to go over. I'm going to record to the cloud, you know. I am going to live stream to YouTube, see if it works. A lot of times, guess what? These servers are beyond my control. Computers are on our control. They go down, and I don't have the right connections, but now I'm trying to do the Zoom YouTube connections, preparing a live stream. Zoom is trying to hook in, almost shake hands with YouTube, setting up, redirecting, and it looks pretty good to me. Okay, and Nick, I don't know what's going on with you. Don't see your camera. Hopefully you'll get your camera up and running. Anything else that we need to do? Questions, comments before we start? Tony, how's it going? Okay, Tony, if you want to lower your camera a bit or something, so we can see your whole face, that you don't look like witness protection program. Okay, so we got everybody here, bright and bushy-eyed. We know what the idea is. Julia, how's it looking? Okay. So was it last time I gave you like a workshop day? Let me know. Maybe we'll do that in the future as well. But we have another assignment. Isn't it great for something new that we're going to use before? Okay, and Greg, did you find those people with OBS? Who were they?
I didn't find.
Well, that's what your job is for. So you want to be able to, on that, Greg, is to find out who was using OBS and put that and direct questions to them. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. I'm recording. You see here, I'm recording. I'm going to open up my and we see here. You see here next to me, Greg, you're next to me. I'm in the corner here. We know that our YouTube live is streaming well. And now I'm going to go, everybody go to your regular, Quinn, everybody go to your regular section. And where do we go first? Always is to what's due. And Frank, can you be so kind and check to see Maurice, his name is Mauricio. He's going to be joining around 7, our class. So if you can keep track of the participants, Frank, and let me know when he joins us, because we're really honored to have somebody take out of their long day to join us. Okay.
I got it.
Thank you so much. What's due? You see what's due? Everything we talked about, data last time, data management. This week is on information security. So you have the readings in information security, you have the adaptive assignments in information security, and the quizzes you have in information security. Any questions on that? Quinn, it's standard, right? You got to do the readings for chapter 4, the adaptive assignment for chapter 4, and the quizzes. And the advantage for tonight is we have the guy who's in charge of security for our university, and let's be able to think about having to ask him questions. The next thing is we have an assignment. The next assignment, I call it Dynamic Voice AI Assignment. And that is right here, and then I go to the audit assignment instructions. You see that, Greg? To be able to figure out what do I need to do. If I look at it, this assignment will guide you through a dynamic Gen AI assistant to basically look at a research assistant. And you should record this. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking the program called Google Notebook LM and creating a tutorial on how to use it. You got that, Greg? We're going to be creating it. You'll create that using Zoom, right? And you'll record it to the cloud using Zoom, and you'll recreate it as a tutorial. So Quinn, if you're recreating as a tutorial, you're going to be sharing your screen quite a bit to show other people an evaluation of how that works. That is a research assistant. What do we have on March 3rd, Tony? You know what's happening on March 3rd? Tony, you hear me? Does Tony hear me? So what do we have on March 3rd? Greg, what do we have on March 3rd?
That our first exam?
First exam, and where is it? In person, right?
Yeah.
So it's not online, it's in person. So we have 5 chapters to that it will be covered. We need to use material in order to use Notebook LM. What I want to do is record the process of tutorial for others to follow using the course material as an example. Rather than taking any other material, let's use that material from chapter TG1, TG2, chapter 4, and chapter 5. Let's use that. And what the idea is, a bird with basically I can capture then is that you'll upload a PDF from the textbook chapter. You'll explore Notebook LM's interactive features by asking it 2 or 3 questions. You'll ask it to generate 5 multiple choice questions, and you'll record your session with Zoom to capture both screen and audio. You got that, Greg? So Quinn, what we're going to be able to do is before you start, the sample we used was chapter 1. So what I want is each person in the group use another chapter. So you see that, Quinn? So before you start the assignment, make an assignment that you'll take, for instance, chapter 4, somebody else take 5, the other person 2 or 1. If your group has 3 members, choose 1 per chapter. Optionally to study, it'd be a good idea to do the entire one. So make sure that they handle a different chapter, each group member in a group. Use your Google account that you use for YouTube. You cannot use your university account. You need to use your Google account. And you have to access that Google MA. You have to go and create a new notebook. And then what you need to do is set up, I do it maybe, and then you can create it again. You can create the same chapter again. You can do it many times, but you want to record it as a tutorial. The only thing, and I'll show you here what it does, is it's amazing in a way, is you want to share your whole screen and interface clearly. You want to open up a PDF. We have the chapters, and you want to save it as a PDF and make sure your audio is done, that you can make sure that it's on. So you'll upload your PDF. You'll use the features of Notebook LM. You'll copy the questions that you ask it to do. You'll deep dive and customize it. you'll do an interactive mode, and you'll wrap up and submit the group. So what I like to do is seeing is believing. So if you go to your audit area, and if you go in this case, if you go to your audit area, Ava, if you go to the audit area and look under assignment groups, you'll see in group 0, you'll see the last folder called Dynamic Voice AI Assistant assignment. Do you see that, Arena? Do you see that? So what I'd ask each group to do is make yourself another folder, one per group, and call it Dynamic Voice AI Assignment. And underneath that, put each member of your group and what chapter was assigned to them. For us, we just did chapter 1, but you will have 3 or 4 students, whatever you have in there, assigned for a chapter, and you'll see. This was Daniel. This is his Zoom recording link. This is his Zoom AI comparison summary, where Daniel demonstrated how to use a tool to generate study materials from a PowerPoint presentation and discuss the steps for upcoming exam. Do the reflections, issues, and improvement ideas. How could this reflect on this? How useful is this? What could it be used for? Could it be used for education? Could it be used for business? What additions could you add? What problems did you have? Right? And then you ask it to make multiple choice questions with the key. So then paste in the multiple choice questions it gave you. If these are good multiple choice questions, we can use some of these multiple choice questions, Will, for the exam. You got it? That's the assignment. And then if I go to Notebook LM, so if I go to Notebook Google LM, these are my notebooks, but if I just looked at it, I'm just going to do Notebook. If I could spell Notebook LM. Let me just take this out. You can see that you can create a new notebook. You'll start off straight. This is my new notebook. I add a source here. This is where I can ask it questions to do 5 multiple choice. Let me just do this real quick. I want to add a source. Let me upload a source. What do we have here? Downloads, chapter 4, let's say. Open. Did I add it? It's opening it as a PDF. I opened up the PTX, and then I save as a PDF, and I get it right here. Look at this. This is amazing. Did you see that, Ava? I just uploaded it, and I already had one source give me on what the chapter's about: information security, threats, controls, and risks. Over here, what I want you to do is look how I create a study guide. Click a briefing doc, frequently asked questions, and a timeline. And at this point, I can customize, and this creates a podcast using 2 hosts. And I can basically type in here, I want to prepare students to do a multiple choice test with 2 open questions, and then click generate. When you say generate, it will take maybe 5 minutes. So what I would do at this time, I would pause my recording, do some other things, and then go back once it finishes the generation. Once it finishes the generation, let me see if I have another notebook here. Once it finishes the generation, notice it will come with information threats, controls, and mitigation. It will have 2 hosts. You will do beta. You want to join in, and then you see here, I can play.
Talks about unintentional threats to information systems.
That includes human errors and something called social engineering, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, human error, it sounds kind of vague, but oh yeah, let's hear it.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rush, and I wanted to know about transference. How do I transfer risk?
Dr. Rush, it's great to hear from you again.
Yes, we're always happy to hear from you.
So you're asking about what specific?
If you could finish your thought, we're happy to dive into it.
Yeah, I think I can guess though, since we were just talking.
Yep, go on.
I'm talking about transference. What do we mean by transference of risk?
Okay, so you're still thinking about risk transference. Got it.
What's great, it shows that you're engaging with the material.
Yeah, and we want to make sure we're clear on this important idea.
So when we talk about transferring risk, we're talking about shifting it to another party, right?
Yeah, like we mentioned before, you're not eliminating the risk, just moving it.
It's basically making someone else responsible for the potential losses.
And this is one of the big 3 risk mitigation strategies that our source talks about.
Exactly. We will cover risk acceptance and risk limitations theme as well.
So let's say your company...
What do you think, Frank?
Pretty crazy.
It creates a podcast. You join in with the beta of the podcast. And you ask it, for my assignment, ask it 3 questions. Plus in the middle there, where it's the chat, ask it to produce 5 multiple choice questions based on the material with the key. And record it. There's disadvantages to this system, but they're getting better. In December, you were not able to join. They've already upgraded it that you as a person can join in their conversation. There's still some disadvantages. They give you a URL where you can share that podcast. You could put that podcast, let's say, in your website. That's what we'll be doing for our projects. Once we're going to be Gen AI consultants and we create a website, I'll have you do on your website, when it's done, use that URL to have Notebook LM or another program create a podcast for you. And you have that URL that you can share. We'll use some other ones, some other chat bots that we'll use. But I think this is, you see where it's going, how it's improving. There's still some disadvantages, but it doesn't record your voice along with its podcast. So that's why I want you to record how to use the program, but also record the podcast. And record how you're interacting with the podcast. And just do it with Zoom, you know. You can even do in Greg, if you're not sure that Zoom is doing it, in the background you could use another screen recorder and have like double. Also, I'd like you to do is stream it live to YouTube. So you have another tutorial to do it. What do you think, Ava? Ava, do you understand what was happening? Is she hearing me? Lily, do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so what do you think?
I think it's pretty cool. It's a good way to study.
So let's use, by evaluation, let's use it to study too. You understand? Rather than taking material that's irrelevant, and this is March 3rd, let's get it all. And then you'll have access to everybody's multiple choice questions. Mauricio, are you here? Does he hear us? I don't know. We'll see if he will come in and hear us. So what I'd say is Mauricio, hi. Good evening. Mauricio, we're here with an excellent class. It's hard at this time, at 7 o'clock, and especially if you're online and you're sitting on a bed. If I were sitting on my bed, I would be snoring. You know what I mean? So I really give everyone credit, and only those people that are not showing their faces have been really have doctor's excuses and have gone to the emergency room. So they're the only ones in my class that they know that they want to be so engaged in that they don't. But even those people that you just see their titles, they are my one of my best engaged students. So I appreciate Mauricio. Can you imagine after a whole long day, he's coming in, and I should call you. In this case, he's our CISO. He's our Chief Information Security Officer, and he's also a professor at FIU. And what does he teach? Security. And he has been so gracious to come to us and give us his words of wisdom. What we want to do it is as give us, I think, a way in which tips and tricks that we can be more secure, and also explain to us what are the real threats that are coming to our university and why are we having these controls. I think our students are unaware of why they're having to do some of these controls, and I'll have them also join in and asking you questions. So I've set it up this way, and if you need to share your screen, you can share your screen, but I like it in the way that we're all together in one group rather than spotlighting, so I think everybody has the full involvement.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the invitation. So it's 7 p.m.
Right.
I'm a runner. I ran a half marathon yesterday. My body is in pain. Tomorrow I'm training again for the next one in 2 weeks in Miami. And I've been working all day sitting down, so I can't imagine how you feel, 7 p.m. and now you have to hear this guy talk about security.
No, it's the opposite. We're so honored that we can hear from someone who's been through the trenches, right? And has to listen.
So I'm gonna start this way. I'm gonna flip it around. My students in cybersecurity, and I teach, as I mentioned before, I'm a professor in the graduate school at FIU in two schools, the computer science and the business school. So I'm gonna start this time around with it's very basic, and I tell all my students this: if you learn this term, you're gonna be okay. Security is a delicate balance between the bad actors, the security risks, and the controls we put in place. If the controls it's very stringent, so hard to, people tend to go around it and circumvent the security controls, which makes it harder and more riskier for an organization. If the controls are so lax, then bad actors take advantage of the lax controls and come in and do whatever they do. So I'm going to start that way because tonight I decided we're going to talk about something dear and near to our day to day. And we all in the screens cannot live without devices. Your iPhone device, so I actually have two. So imagine if I have two devices I walk around with, and this is my life. So this is work, this is personal life. Nevertheless, security. So we're gonna talk about why it matters to us. And if you've probably been hearing a lot in your TikTok and Instagram, and you from time to time you get these people talking about it. You want to know how find out if people are eavesdropping or checking your phone. Do this. So tonight we're gonna start with that. Let's do an exercise so everybody's involved. If you have an iPhone, let's do an iPhone. You're gonna get your iPhone and you're gonna go as if you were gonna make a phone call.
Okay, so everybody take out their phone.
And now we're gonna do this. We're gonna do in this screen. You're gonna do star, pound, the number sign, number 2121, the pound sign again, And when you have that, you're gonna press the green button as if you were making a phone call.
So it's star pound 21 pound.
Yes. What is this settings? If you didn't know this trick, this hack, it's important that we all know it. It tells us if your phone calls are being forwarded without your knowledge. Maybe you know that you forward your phone calls, not me. It also shows you if your SMS texts are being forwarded somewhere. It also tells you if your call forwarding on all calls, any calls, anything that comes out of this device being forwarded. If you see anything other than disable, it's time for you to think about, did I give somebody permission to do that on my phone knowingly, or my phone is infected and now I have problems. So that's, I want to set the stage. iPhone and Android. iPhone is being the leading in security and privacy. You see it everywhere you walk around, but it doesn't mean that Android is not as secure. iPhone is very stringent and Android is lax, but they both have the same capabilities. But one of the things that we as users need to understand is that bad actors are real. They're coming after us, our information, anything they have their hands on. So always do not skip. Anytime you said there's a security update, push it. And you see that it's becoming the norm. Like every week, Apple is releasing one or another update. If you read the updates, every time there's an update, Apple does a good job in showing you maybe this is an AI or this is something enhancing your phone, like the battery. This week's main update was the battery life, and I'm gonna tell you why. And then the second one is a security update. And as we go into this conversation, raise your hand, open your mic, ask questions, because this is I want to make it interactive. Although I see that I tend to talk and you guys paying attention. I don't know if you're processing or if you're leaving the questions for some other day. If you see me in the hallways, if you see me in the hall or eating lunch, tap me, say hi, and ask me the question if that is more of your style. So also, one video I am going to, at the end of this conversation, I'm going to post some links, and one is a video of a reporter doing an interview with a bad actor who's paid 94 months in jail for, doing iPhone specific extortion. So it goes like this. He sees people in a bar. Usually he says, I like bars because young people from university usually go to these bars, and I befriend them and I tell them I'm a rapper, and if you want to be in something in Instagram, you give me your information. And the trick goes, you hand off your phone or you walk away and you leave your phone on that bar table, and that's where the problem starts. So one advice I give you, the second advice, do not hand off your iPhone to anyone. As much as you want to, as much as you think they're friends or you just met them and, oh yeah, here it is. Because it takes 10 seconds. If you're going to see it and see the link, it's only about 20 minutes interview. It's going to be some information that you're going to need. Not for you, just day-to-day life. Maybe you're writing a paper. Maybe you want to do something about it. So don't do it. Bad actors are always in that mode of trying to steal from us. The second thing, how many of you know what SIM swapping means? If you can do it, raise your hands. Yes, good. Frank, you know what that is. Wow. So SIM swapping is a technique that is not new. T-Mobile was the victim of it. All the T-Mobile users were really victimized. And the bad actors are trying to get your SIM card code, like they call your carrier and say that they are you, get the carrier to give you access to the account, and then they take over the SIM. And maybe you're saying, what do you mean my SIM is physical? There's two ways of doing it. Most phones today have an SIM, E-S-I-M, SIM. And that SIM card is where we store very sensitive information like passwords, like applications, like contacts. So be aware that the bad actors are using SIM swapping techniques. So sometimes, without even you knowing, that's what the star pound 21 pound is so important, is because you also want to know if somebody got a hold of your SIM card and maybe they're doing, you think that nobody has your phone or your data and maybe somebody else does without you knowing. And so they use that information to do a lot of fraud. Imposters, they go after your credit cards, your debit cards. So it's a big mess. So don't, just be aware. And what you can do about it is you can put a security code, a PIN, on your SIM card. So every time your phone restarts, you need to enter that SIM card. And a little thing is telling me here, your professor is even thinking, well, security and convenience. That's an inconvenience. Now every time I set up my phone, I have to put the PIN. But you gotta make it harder, very hard, for bad actors to access your phone and your data. Instead, if your phone gets lost or stolen, so put that password there.
So this is what, excuse me, so this is what's called, in one sense, Mauricio, what I hear you saying is there's a lot of social engineering, that somebody tries to befriend you, and then they can, once your defenses are down, they can get information from you, valuable information. And on the other side, I hear you talking about controls that either we have to put in ourselves or organization that we're a part of has to put in to make it at least more difficult, because we're never going to be 100% risk-free, that it will make it more difficult for someone to intrude and take information or take some other valuable information. Is that a good summary of what you're saying?
Good summary. Risk is never going to be zero. There's always a possibility.
And we're trying to find the balance between actually doing our jobs, where it's so restrictive, versus being so lax that we're going to be, our data is going to be compromised. So basically, that's your goal then, is to find the right balance. Is that what your goal is, is our chief information security officer?
Find that balance. Yep. Find the balance. Find the balance of why duo. People say that's an inconvenience.
Right.
Right? That's the only thing keeping us safe, and between us and our data that bad actors want.
Yes.
Our research, your data.
Right.
The patient's data, the anything. Did you know something really crazy? But every time the Hurricanes, there's a game, either football, basketball, you name it, the bad guys start targeting the university. We have a spike on the amount of threats and attacks.
And why is that? Because we're all basically paying attention to we're all in one.
Lovers and haters. It's funny because we got to that. The lovers, and we lose a game, the lovers attack us. The haters always gonna hate us, and so we have a spike. But that's it. It's that delicate balance between the risks and the control. So that's important.
So basically, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead, please.
So I have students complaining all the time about Duo, that I'm in my browser, and I went to Blackboard one time, and now I want to go back to Blackboard again, and it's asking me for my PIN again. Shouldn't it have remembered that? What is Duo preventing? What is it really preventing? Don't they have my password already? All those hackers.
Duo is driven, because we are using the same password probably in all our social media,
right,
and our personal lives. And as humans, it's easy. I don't want to remember another password. Let me reuse the password. Yeah. So bad actors already know who you are, your emails, personal, school, and if you get a hold of that password, they have access to everything. So imagine if a bad actor has access to your personal life, to your grades, and then take that and post it in the internet, in the bad, in the dark web, or start sending the information, which is what happens. So what we're trying to figure out always is how to maintain that balance. So Duo, what it does is, even if the bad actor knows the password, and we see this every time, it just don't seamless to you, The bad actor is trying to reset your password. The bad actor is trying to access Canvas, and it's now they're so bold that they're now calling the help desk and saying, Frank, I'm going to pick on you. I'm Frank, and I'm a student, and I need to reset my password. So that's why Duo is giving us is that extra layer of security, because it's something that you have, something you know, and something you are, meaning that's multi-factor authentication. Something you know is your password or a PIN. Something you have is a token or Duo, your Duo authentication app. And something you are is biometrics. That's why your phone, iPhone, when you put your face, that's biometrics. That's a form of multi-factor authentication. So that's what it is. We're trying always to balance, make it harder for the bad actors, not harder for us. Believe me, I'm trying always thinking about, as a student, I'm also a professor, I do this. It is making it harder for the bad actors to get in. So moving the students to Gmail was a very good move, because the bad actors already knew how to access Office 365 and send thousands of emails. If students were being compromised, our Office 365 was being compromised. So by moving the students to Gmail, give us another layer of protection from all of us. Believe it or not, it was good. And the amount of phishing attacks reduced by about 89%.
And why was that? Because they knew the students' emails and passwords already in. So why didn't you move then the entire university to Gmail? Why was
because it? That was it. Separation. We have the administrative network or the administrative email on one platform, and the students' email on another platform. We have a lot of people, bad actors, sending you, all of you, text messages all the time saying, this is the IT department. We need you to, you all know it because you all reported to it. This is the IT department. Please give me your password, or else we cannot disable your account.
Right.
That is iPhone. The iPhone is now in our hands, and they know the only time they got to get us is when we are on that phone. So they're learning our habits. They know when we're online. They really do a lot of profiling. It's not they. AI is doing this for them already. And we have tools at the University of Miami in security that is allowing us to counter these attacks. One of them is Duo. Let's talk about Duo. It's called Impossible Travel. And Impossible Travel and Duo is telling us if a student is right now at the University of Miami, in Miami, Florida, how come the same student is showing up as he was in Nigeria? That is called Impossible Travel. And Duo sent us an alert to my team that monitoring these big screens, like in the movies. And Duo says, hey, there's an impossible travel. You may want to take a look at that. AI driven. A human could not do that today. With the amount, we have over 35,000 users and 17,000 students that we need to pay attention to. So if it wasn't for AI, there's no human able and capable to do that. So both bad actors use AI against us, and we're now using AI to counter the attacks and learn from the bad actors. So that's another one. So remember that balance. And I always tell my students, always when you want to talk about it, do this thing is the controls and the risks is what I'm trying to balance all the time. And maybe if I get feedback from students sometimes and said, oh yeah, you know what? I never thought of that. Maybe we can do something like that. The students even I remember going to faculty, students said it, and the students wanted to go on Gmail. Gmail seems to be the email of choice for the young generation. And we went with Gmail. We listened. We didn't say, we're going to use this one. We listened. So your feedback is always valuable. As a student, always valuable to us. So anything else, Sarah?
Yeah, and the other thing. So your idea here is separating the administration and faculty in one email client like Outlook, and Gmail for students. The reason is that you think that you'll be more secure because you're keeping academics away from a student. Because it used to be, I was at a university where they had I had a student, and I know it because it was in the paper, that he was able to change grades because it was academic. So he was able to make a business out of changing grades, you know, and he was also a son of a computer science professor there. And then you can imagine when you're going to hire this person with a 4.0, right, Mauricio? You question, does he really have a 4.0, or how much did he pay for that? So they divisions. But so if Duo is able to do that, why are we going to switch to another software program? Does everybody know?
Software.
Right.
Does everybody? I suppose
Right.
that you've seen the news and
No.
that we're migrating from Duo to Microsoft Authenticator, right? I'm assuming that we all got.
Who did not know that? Raise your hand if you did not know we're moving. I don't know if it was done. Okay, so we're going to move, and we're gradually going to move, right? Or this will be
We started last week with the login, changing the login from being just a KNID to now KNID at miami.edu. And that was last week in preparation for going full live. Go live is April 15th.
Okay.
In the next few weeks, we might onboarded IT this week. So we now switched fully, including myself, from Duo to Microsoft Authenticator. And we're going to go progressively until we get the whole entire organization. Why? You ask why.
Yes.
In this world of business, because you're in the business schools,
right?
Sometimes companies are on top, and best in breed was Duo. 7 years ago, it was the best tool that was to do multi-factor authentication. And times change, and bad guys change their tactics, and bad guys also were able to infiltrate Duo a few times. So the tool of choice these days, the best in breed, is no longer Duo, because the company that owns Duo, which is a company called Cisco, multi-million-dollar company,
right,
does not invest or stop investing in research and development to enhance the tool. So Duo fell from being one of the best tools, and now Microsoft rise to being one of the best tools.
And they bought another company to do that. Is that correct? Right.
Entra,
so
E-N-T-R-A, Entra.
Okay.
So in order to make the connection between Microsoft and what we want to do, multi-factor authentication, Entra ID is the new tool that Microsoft purchased to make that migration and make it more secure. So we're getting more secure with going with Microsoft. So you also heard this week, I don't know if you noticed, the Duo was out for a few hours. Did anybody?
I got a message on that. Yeah.
So Duo was down, and we don't know the cause of the outage yet. Rumor has it that they were under attack from a bad actor group. So this is what is happening. It's evolving very fast. So moving the organization to Microsoft Authenticator is that what's best for today's attacks, but what also is more convenient. Duo is complex. You have to open the app. You have to get that code. You have to put the code.
What do you have to do?
Authenticator is easy. You log in, and the screen the screen is gonna tell you a number, give you a number. At the same time, Microsoft Authenticator app is opening for you without you doing anything, and it's a prompt saying enter the number on the screen. You enter the number. You authenticate your phone with your face, and you're in. You don't have to do anything else. It's super simple.
And can you opt out of using biometrics?
Yes, you can, but you have a token. Sorry, can you show your token?
Yeah.
You can opt out to using biometrics, but you have to have one of those.
I have to have one of those, so I can't just do. So I have to carry this all the time. So I cannot.
All the time.
So the way that it has more security is that it has my face. So I need, if we're going to be upgrading, I need a new token from you. Then is that a correct statement?
That token it will be migrated.
Okay, it'll be automatically migrated. It will be updated automatically. Okay, so I don't have. You don't have to. You guys don't have to give me another one.
For those of you who don't know what that is,
yeah,
that's technology from the 1990s,
right?
And it's proven that today is still the most secure because, as I said, if you remember what I said, multi-factor authentication means something you are, something you know, something you have, and that token is something you have. and nobody else can have that token but you, unless you have a fast finger and an ultrasonic rocket to go from here to Nigeria in 3 seconds. So that is why that token is still today the best tool against preventing unauthorized access. So, and so that's one of the reasons why always where you're sitting where I sit is always trying to do that. You've seen a lot of media on billboards from Apple saying your privacy matters. Your privacy matters. And Apple has taken it very serious about our privacy. So much so that when you have your apps on your phone, at any time you can go to settings and you can go check, look for the privacy and security settings in your iPhone and also in Android. And it will tell you all the apps that you have, which apps you allow to have the microphone on, your camera on, and other features. You may not know that you choose to share your location at all times, like when I'm using the app one time or never. When you said when using the app, literally it means that your location is being captured. And in case you don't know and you never read, when you say yes to all, the cookies is one example. Yes to all. We need to go to the website, same as an iPhone, and you just click without reading and understanding. What we say yes to is that the company captures your data and they sell that data. An example, Waze and Google Maps. Do you know that they sell that data to your insurance companies?
To show how you're driving
habits. So that we always say yes because of you see what I'm saying is
it's convenient.
I'm glad we started.
Yeah, so you're saying, Mauricio, and this is on any app or even when I go to a website, right? They say accept cookies or not. So what is the advice you're giving our students here? You're saying they should say no?
There's 3 options. If you're talking about a website, the law requires under the United States law and the European law, it's something called the GDPR. So it's the data privacy for the EU, European Union. There's 3 options. Do not accept the cookies, only accept minimum cookies, or accept all, which means the cookies can be shared, they can track you, so be aware. In some sites, you cannot go forward without picking one. So if I can choose reject all, that's what I'm going to go for. And if I need to really use that website and there's no other option, as minimal as possible. But phones, please pay attention to your phones. It's the same concept. When we're in a hurry and we say yes, we don't know what we're saying yes to.
Right.
That privacy, your security as well, because it's locating you, is given away to the vendors for their convenience, not for yours. So remember, I'm trying to balance convenience and security, or risk and security, and you as an individual must be doing the same thing. What am I saying yes to? What am I saying no to? And what type of access am I allowing to this company? So very important. We are here at the University of Miami. We're complaining about Duo, but Duo is not even compared to the amount of data that you're saying yes to when you surf the net, or on your phones you say yes to anything that they want to capture. So please be mindful of that. Good. I know we're coming out of time, but any questions that I can answer, I'm gonna put here some best practices for your iPhones. Like we started the class with star pound, 21 pound. I'm gonna give you some things to think about in your daily life.
Yeah, can you put that in the chat?
Also, I'm gonna put it, and also 3 videos. The first one is that interview from the Wall Street Journal, and then the other ones are best practices for making sure you check your phone settings and do something about it. Meaning, please check your battery usage, because that's an indication that something is going on with your phone. And here it is. I put 11. I'm gonna put the rest.
Frank, can you be so kind, Frank? copy that, and then we can put it in our tech trends. What do you think, Frank? That'll be a good idea, you know? Yeah, just copy it. Yeah, so we'll copy it and we'll put it in our Blackboard.
If you hear nothing else tonight, I will welcome you to please watch that first video. It's about 20 minutes, an interview with a real bad actor. And you're gonna see how easy it is, how much damage they can do, and how bad it will become for us, because once they steal our identity, it takes years for you to clear the mess. Years. Picture this, when he's gonna say, I clear your bank account, you're gonna go to the bank and say, I didn't do that, and the bank can say, well, it's your phone, it came from your app, you authenticated, until it takes years, probably between 6 and 10 years for you to get your life back. And I'm not making this up. You can go to the Federal Trade Commission's website, and you will see all the complaints and all this. So without boring you, I think this was my best class interacting.
Yeah, I think so. What I just feel for you in the most difficult job you have, you know, because what was yesterday doesn't matter. It's what is now going to be tomorrow, and how all of our data is going to be vulnerable. So how do you do this? What is your staff? What do you outsource? What types of things are we doing here? Because I can't imagine just yourself and a small group of people can do this. And then also, I think, my goodness, you're staring at a screen all day long. It's almost how I used to think about day trading, you know, that these people look at numbers all day long, and basically AI needs to take over all those reports. But what can you share with us of how much you're outsourcing? What type of work are you outsourcing? What types of work are we doing in-house? Can you share that with us?
Sure, absolutely. So we have a company that is managing our 24/7, 365 security operations. And this company is well known, it's top notch, it's one of the best companies in the world doing this. And what they do for us is also threat intelligence, they do incident response, they do forensic analysis, and they do something that no other company in this world does, is they are plugged in with the bad actors. They pose as bad actors. They have hackers, or either people who used to be hackers for real. I now to do this company, sometimes I wonder too, but they have connections. They're plugging in the underground, and every time they hear the word University of Miami, they anytime we give them a set of words, immediately I get a phone call and say, hey, there's a chatter about passwords that are being released from the University of Miami, 20,000 of them, and so we act on it. So it's a team. Then we have
and who is this? Can you share who is this company? Or you're
Mandiant.
Not what?
Google Mandiant.
Mandiant. It's a Google company.
It's a Google company. It recently acquired 2 years ago. So when you search it up, you're gonna see.
How do you spell it? You want to put it in the chat?
Yeah. So anytime anybody has a security breach, the first thing they do is call Mandiant. I can type right now. I'll put Mandiant.
Okay. All right. And then, so basically, and then you said they work for incident response. Is that what you said?
Yes. Anytime anybody has big companies, any of the major breaches in history,
right,
until today is managed by this company. So we have people, processes, and technology, and then Mandiant itself relies on AI. A lot of what they do is AI driven, and you're right. You can't be looking at 16 screens to see what happens.
Right.
The AI that we have is really fine-tuned to when it screams and sends an alert, it is for somebody to take action. It's not go find out if this is happening. It's not take action. Something is happening. Either in our defenses firewall to one of our users, maybe somebody is trying to brute force break into your password, or maybe we're seeing you, one of you that are here tonight, right now with me in this class, trying to log in from anywhere in Africa or anywhere in the world other than here. The Mandiant that gives us that visibility and that exact information that we can act upon. So that's
okay, and they're given this, and then you have your group looks at these reports every morning, or how are you?
No, so we do have for the and the University of Miami history, we stood up our own 24/7 security operations center. It's manned 24 hours, 7 days a week, and we have 2 analysts on site in an undisclosed location.
Right.
And when we get our partners, not just Mandia, but other Microsoft or Google, and they tell us something's going on, the analyst's job is to alert us, is to either call me or call somebody and say something's happening. So in addition to what I mentioned, outside party looking at this, we have our own 24/7, 365 security operations center.
And what do they want with
organization?
What do they want with universities so much? What is so attractive about universities besides we got a bunch of students that are on the network all the time? Are they using do they want to use our computers then to attack other
they want to use anything they can. So one is the method of preferences. They break in and they just sit there and wait. They don't make any noise. What they're doing is reconnaissance. How many students? Because the number of students will determine the number of the ransom note.
Okay.
So what they're trying to do is then the second thing they do is they gather all our data, social security number, anything that is of value for bad actors, and they extract that. The exfiltration of data is the second step. That is something that in our department, my team, one of those 16 screens, one is that data egress, data leaving, and that is hands-on and eyes on glass because the bad actors always do the same thing. What before in a ransomware attack is data exfiltration. And the number 3, Tara, is who are you? What university? Are you a tier of university? Are you known? Are you recognized? Their logo? And that's how they calculate the amount of ransom they're going to ask for. It should be in case.
And what do we do when somebody basically shuts down one of our servers? What are your procedures supposed to be?
Knock on wood, nothing has happened.
No, but you must have plans.
We have plans. We have.
What is your plan if, God forbid, tomorrow you wake up and the medical school or surgery says somebody's stopped their my grandpa can't get his surgery tomorrow, or I can't get my go to orthopedics and get a knee replacement.
Or the students can go to class because I know we're talking about patient care, patient safety.
Yeah, you know what, but I'm saying if my students don't mind if they don't go to school tomorrow. But I'm just telling you, but it's not life and death. But I'm just telling you. Right.
But it will be all over the news.
Yeah, no, I know. But I'm just saying, what is the plan? Yeah, what is your plan if you get ransomed?
No, we have a plan, and we test it almost every week. So we have a primary data center that we work from, and I have a backup data center, and then we have a tertiary data center.
Right.
So we test this in a weekly basis. We switch our Epic instance between those 2 data centers to make sure it's replicating.
So if they do that, and do you have, I've read about a lot of these hospitals that have been attacked, and usually hospitals are one of the first because they don't have enough security, is they have Bitcoin accounts that they say, hey, we got to be in business, we'll pay the ransom. Where on that?
So that is taken care of by the insurance company.
Okay, so the insurance, so transference.
Cyber insurance, so we're transferring the risk to the insurance company.
Okay.
And at that moment, when we make the phone call and we say we're under attack, we've suffered, the insurance company takes over the negotiation, takes over everything else.
But I imagine with the insurance company, you have to show due diligence that you're abiding by best practices in order for them to insure you.
Every year we go through what is called that. We go through a series of questionnaires and answers, and they're getting more stringent every time. Before do you have an antivirus? Yes, we do now. What your antivirus do? How often do you review the logs? So yes, we do have an attestation process, and then the insurance company determines the level of risk for the organization, and that's how it's done annually.
Mm-hmm.
We test our disaster recovery plans because we live in Miami, Florida. We have hurricanes. We have at least once annually. We test them before hurricane season, so we're getting ready for that.
Mm-hmm.
Very soon we're gonna do a full disaster recovery, and that disaster recovery also helps us with ransom. So it's not just the hurricane. What happens if is anything that you can think of that you were down, we can recover the operation in a safely, in a quickly manner.
Mm-hmm. And I guess you don't even have, what sometimes concerns me is we don't even know what we don't know. In the way that you don't really know, you know, is someone really on my computer basically trying to hack, you know, and make it like an entire bot of a number of computers on the network ready to attack someone outside, and I'm not even aware they're using my computer for a denial of service.
I get a lot of complaints in my office because they're saying, why do I need to use a issued device? I really want to use mine. And the reason being is the security tools that we use to protect the organization and cover these bad actors is by using one of our computers that are issued, that we know they have the security tools. So it's a lot of work that we put together for 4 years to get where we are. And you're right, Sarah, a lot of my peers not even halfway through and don't have the funding sometimes, or they don't have the manpower to do this. So it takes 20 years in the making, and the bad actors don't, you know, they're taking advantage, whatever they can get.
So what was the impetus for you to actually change? Did you feel like we were compromised with Duo, or you just were making this as preventive, that you heard that
it's preventive.
But it's not that we were, you felt like...
Our partners are telling us, and I see it, look, one of the things that I say, we see bad actors now trying to reset your passwords. Everybody's in the screen, the doctor, the nurse, in order to get to Duo, because then they say, hey, Will or Frank, you're going to receive a notification that your password was changed. Please send me that code that you're going to receive on your text message. They know how we operate in the Duo world. They know the University of Miami very well. The bad actors do. And the bad actors. And so what we're trying to say is it's time to refresh, because they know the environment. They know how we operate. They know the tool. They know they know that you have to call the service desk. And now the bad actors are calling the service desk and trying to impersonate. So it is time. And it's always so often that you need to look at the technology and say, is this the right technology for the current risks and the current climate, and then change.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Anything else that people want to ask? That I think that we can kind of think about, and I think it's interesting. What I would like to do, and I'll have Daniel, my lead teaching assistant, he's going to send out to you a list of our students, I guess their email addresses, right? Is that what you need in order for us? The Kane ID, in order for us to see about, I think, security awareness is essential. And then I'll give you feedback. I always think about it as reciprocal, that you come and give us, I want to come back and give you. It'd be interesting for our students to take that security awareness questionnaire and get back to you of how useful this was. How basically, are they scored? Are we scored on that? Like, do we get a percentage? Or
no, unfortunately, you take it good, if not, but that's a good recommendation.
You know what I mean? Of scoring, what was my, I was 70% or 60%. Wow, I didn't, this was a waste of my time because I knew all that. But 90%.
No, it does. No, it does. It tells you responded 80 or 100. You need to pass with 80 or 100.
But I need to pass. But I think that I think that would be interesting feedback for you, that basically our students know it but just don't practice it, or our students weren't even aware of it, that it's just like that they could even take it, in the first weeks or something before they even, or even before they come to campus, or that first week of orientation, and then keep on because there's new threats coming on, that it be updated at least on a yearly basis of what are some of the issues now coming up. And then I'd like it if the way, it'd be interesting is to have, like, when you're thinking about TikTok, is almost little tips, like a minute or 2-minute little clips of tips and tricks by Mauricio's group of what to do, of how to prevent this, or, just like we're showing them the training or dialing, that 21, number to see what I have, something like that, of weekly or monthly updates would be interesting too. That maybe we can work together. Our groups can do that as a project, as being loving the idea of almost AI security, Gen AI security consultants. What do you need to do? Tips and tricks.
It's funny because I'm talking to the communication school of communication and having the students help us develop videos, training videos for the students.
Yes.
Sometimes we're too corporate.
And not even what
you said that.
And make it humorous and make it short and sweet, but almost throw that out as once a week. What are my tips and tricks, and get me active rather than telling me, rather than nobody wants to see more PowerPoints or anything, but show me, hey, try this trick, that I can do, or this tip that I can do. Oh, I didn't know I was supposed to do that. Okay, well, Mauricio, I really commend you. Let me do a round of applause, really. Thank you so much for helping us, understand it. Now we know our CISO and all the work that they do. And all I can tell you is you need a raise, a big one, because you really have. I don't think they really appreciate it enough, until, disaster strikes, that the CISOs are always put in. I work with them a number of times with different communities. It really is, and I see them transferring. It's hard. You almost have to have therapy yourself in terms of being calm. I think that's why it's good you're marathon running.
I'm a marathon runner.
No, but I mean, I think it's great. It reduces all that stress. It's good to get away from it all. Okay.
And so for all the students, thank you. This means a lot to us too. So being here tonight, as my job is hard, but I know we're committed to ensure that your data and your information and your continuity of education, it doesn't get impacted. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank
you. I hope to see you sometime in the dining hall.
Okay, we'll see you on campus. Now they know who you are. Thank you. Bless you. Thank you. Bye. Ciao. Okay. So he left us. Now we know who our CISOs are. And they kind of hide themselves. I don't know, maybe on purpose. So that we won't have it. So what are your impressions? I don't know. Comments, what do you think, Quinn?
I didn't realize just how many different angles they had to cover to make sure we're secure.
Yeah. And also, it's amazing to me, they just don't have to cover the Coral Gables campus. And they don't have to just cover the students, but they have to cover the faculty. They have to cover, we have Erasmus School. Are you familiar with what that is, Quinn? It's basically our marine science. And they go out on on the boats. You see them on Biscayne, it's by Key Biscayne. They go on and do, all their research is not in their office. Their research is on their boats. And what they wanted originally from us and the faculty, basically, they put so many restrictions on us that their idea in the beginning was we had to be in our offices to do any research. Think about how I'm even telling you about our hybrid environment now. Outrageous. So it's that idea. That's what I get angry with them, and a number of faculty do, is they put on so many restrictions that you can't do your job. So what do you want? What's a university for? It's not. It's for bringing, cutting edge research, right? Where do you do that? You do it out in the field. I had a fellow professor. He's from Iran. He went to visit his family, and he got his account cut off. Why, Quinn? Because just like he said, you know, the travel.
Yeah, he wasn't here.
He wasn't here. And then Iran. You know what I mean? Iran. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, we're being attacked, you know, nuclear weapons or something coming to us. So it becomes that idea and really AI really is going to change their whole business because you know all the hackers are doing it. So all those reports and having people 24/7, you know, sitting in front of those that he says in a remote location, undisclosed or something, to me is useless. What are they doing if they're at, you know, Quinn, I put you at the 12 o'clock shift. What do you think? It's here even my students are falling asleep. Can you imagine if your job was, you couldn't even help it, you're dozing off. You know what I mean? So that is, you know, AI has to take that upon itself, a lot of this. And also it's a lot of smoke and mirrors. I work with a lot of these security companies from all over the world. And what is difficult for me is really to find, they all say what, we're the most secure and we'll you know, we can find, you know, in your emails, all these hackers and stuff. And then the bottom line is they're spending, all these corporations are spending millions and millions of dollars. And what do you hear in the news? That somebody was hacked here, somebody was hacked there. So it's really hard to get beyond this. So even in their sense that they're moving from Duo to Microsoft, I don't know why. You know, it's the reason, but we're moving. And then they're doing the face recognition. I don't want face recognition. You know, what is, you know, do I have to do that? You know, biometrics. So it's really it's a tough business. And the average stay, I didn't want to mention this, the average stay, I think, of a CISO guy, and usually they're women too in the field, is maybe 3 years, 4 years, 2 years. There's not a longevity. You know, I think he's been here, what did he say, up to 4 years or something. But we don't switch presidents so often. We don't switch provosts so often. We don't switch faculty so often. But if I told you, or CFOs, but look around, what is the average stay of CISOs? It's quite high. And usually when they get hacked, then they just moved to another company. So it's a difficult job, but we'll see. Those are my comments to him. But I appreciate it. Isn't that nice? He came to my last cousin coming here, graciously, you know, coming to say his side of the story. Okay, so everybody understand, and then this is the idea of the chapter of security, right? I got risks, I need to do controls, and at least when you see him, it's basically we're transferring it to insurance and let them take care of. They don't tell us that they probably have some crypto fund somewhere when the ransomware comes, to which a number of companies, and they don't, when they're hacked, no company loves to advertise it. Sometimes in California, you know it because they have they're stricter in those rules. So in California, you'll see if our data gets to in California, that's when we know that our data's been compromised. But Florida, I'm sure, has much looser restrictions on what needs to be reported. Anything else? So everybody understand what's going on? Arena, you got what the idea is? I think it's an excellent, in my opinion, an excellent next project to do because we're studying for the exam, right? It'll give us, the AI will give us something useful. Maybe. We'll see. And that's what I'd like you to think about. Okay, so I'll see everybody on Wednesday. Let me do attendance. And you can see here, right, that I got my 2 hosts, right? You see here. You see this, by the way? Everybody see my screen? You see this is where my podcast gets produced. And you see here, interactive mode. And you see here I can do study guide briefing. What are the key factors? They tell me. And here, right here, I go beta. Noted they call it beta. And then I have right here, I can join in and ask questions. So it's kind of interesting. That's available. So let's see here. Let me go to attendance. Let's see a code here. Check in. Start checking. 9967. So once you check in, let me know if somebody can put that in the chat. 9967, in case somebody doesn't see that. One of my moderators, if you can be so kind and do that. Otherwise, I'll see you on Wednesday. We'll get together. We'll see where we proceed. And then next week, we'll start reviewing. We'll talk about open-ended questions, and we'll see how we do. Okay? 9967. I'm going to stop sharing. Okay. So let me stop recording. Then I'll answer everybody's question that's staying with me. Stop here. Stop recording. Okay, so Sydney, how can I help you?
You just said to meet after.
What was the issue? Remind me.
I sent you the email from last week, but my laptop broke.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, so I just got it back earlier today around noon. So I have a few meetings tonight, but hopefully I'm going to try to get the audit assignment done from last week.
Okay, can you be so kind? And you have Daniel's email, right?
Yeah.
On the audit area under group 0. Can you be so kind and email him and tell him that you spoke with me and that because of your issues that you've documented, let him know when you'll finish, when you'll complete those assignments?
Yeah, it's for Daniel Flores.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, just say that you spoke to me and that, he takes care of that. He's the lead teaching assistant, so whoever is going to be doing, the grading of that, they'll be aware of it, that I don't want you to get points taken off of that. And how's the class going for you?
It's going good. I was having a lot of problems with the Wiley set first, so I think there's just like one or two things that I have to catch up on. But
okay, and make sure you use Chrome.
Yeah, that was one of my problems.
Make sure you use Chrome. And even if your computer's not working, you always can go even to the library and use those computers to do, just bring your phone and you have your, your duo code and you can use anywhere. You can use another computer. You don't have to use your computer to do the Wiley, So work around it. So, because you don't want to be late or anything else.
I'm almost all caught up for everything.
Yeah, there's things going on. Okay, great. So it's good to that you're caught up, and then we'll see how how this works out, whether this is useful. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Ciao, ciao.
Have a good night. Bye.
Hello.
Hi, Logan. We've been waiting for you every week.
We made it. We made it. I'm sorry. I
Wait,
apologize.
it's all right. It's the main thing. It's no rush. The main thing, everything is working out, and this way I can at least get to hear how you're doing besides last semester. How are you doing this semester? How's your health? How's everything going? Let me know.
Everything's perfect. I'm doing really well.
Okay. So how's it doing in football? What happened? What's going on with that?
We lost in the bowl game.
I know that. But besides that, I mean, you're doing okay physically. I'm always worried about you. You know what I mean? I'm always like you're.
I'm honestly doing great. Everything.
Physically, it's okay. Okay. And what year are you now?
What happened?
What year are you?
I'm a sophomore.
Sophomore. Okay. So you're going to be on. You're continuing on the team.
Yep.
Okay. Good. That takes. I don't think people realize how much that takes. That's a job in itself, and to have the academics together and to keep a good attitude and everything is I think maybe that's a good learning experience too of them.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I enjoy my time.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So let me just, if you mind, let me just finish writing with just one sentence. I just finished up with the students here. Okay, please read.
No problem.
Hi, Professor.
Hi, Daniel. How are you? We have Logan online here too. Let me just finish reaching out. Mauricio came. Was Mauricio the chief information security officer? Was he with us last semester? Were you in your section or no? You don't remember?
I don't remember, to be honest.
Yeah, right. I don't. So he ended up. He was okay. So let me just give one thing to Daniel. Daniel, do you see our chat from Mauricio? Best practices.
Email. Email?
No, our chat right here.
Oh, no, I don't see it yet.
You don't see?
Because as soon as I join, like anything beforehand, I don't see it.
You don't see the chats?
If you resend it, then yeah. I saw it earlier, though.
Okay. Okay, let me just
do you want me to email that out to people?
No, but I thought maybe we can. Did you take a, let me just make a copy of it. Hold on.
I had already done it.
Oh, you did? You did of all this stuff? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Just
like
put it.
Yeah, I take privacy very seriously.
Yeah, so put that in,
But I don't have the list in front of me. I could ask him to send it again.
No, I'll make a copy of it. Let me make a copy of it. So, Logan, while I'm doing this, maybe we can talk about, so the issue is your grade, right?
Right.
So, Daniel has your, do you have his grades in front of you, Daniel?
Yes.
I'll bring it up.
It's the final project one.
Yeah.
I think I got a bad grade because I wasn't in the video, but the time that my group selected that they were all free, I practiced. So they said that it wouldn't matter. And then when I went and looked, and I got a 65 and asked them what they got, and they told me they got like I think it was like 96 or something.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what
and you did it on your own, Logan?
Yeah, I did all my sections on my own.
No, but when you weren't there for doing your group recording, were you there for the group recording?
No, I wasn't there for the group recording.
Did you? But you recorded on your own?
I might have. Yes, I recorded because we had the stuff that you had to submit to YouTube and everything. So I did do a recording, but
no, I mean recording of what were they supposed to do as a group recording? They were supposed to do their They were supposed to be doing a presentation, right? A full presentation, right? You were supposed to. Were you there the day that we had our what I gave like feedback to the groups?
I think I was there. I just wasn't there.
I know, but the question is, since you weren't there, that's what also counted, Logan, was to do a formal presentation. Since you weren't there, one of the things is, did you do your own presentation instead of the group presentation? That's my question to you.
No, I was under the assumption that they said they would do my part because I don't remember the exact date on it, but I'm pretty sure I left for the bowl game. So I was in Orlando for the bowl game. So I wasn't here. I think I left like 2 weeks prior for the bowl game.
Okay, because it's not a thing that they take over for you. You know what I mean? I could see it as, oh, I wasn't able to do that, but I'll do my, if I were the group member, I'll do a presentation of my own where you can record yourself.
Right,
for
but
them.
I also wasn't aware that I also wasn't aware of that they were doing it and that they submitted it. They told me that they would wait for me.
They would wait for you from when? When you were at the bowl game, you said.
Right. But they had a specific time. Like, I wasn't busy the whole day of the bowl game, but there were certain periods where I had to be with, like, I had meetings where I had to be at specific dinners.
Okay, but the idea, if they didn't wait for you, then you do it on your own, your recording. You understand? It's not a thing of waiting, whether it was miscommunication or not. It's that and I know you have your football responsibility.
I understand that, but I was under the assumption that we would do it together. And when they did it on their own and they did my part, then I just thought that, okay, they just did my part, and I thought they got the approval from you.
No, they never got approval from me. Did you have anything in writing that next time this is not hearsay? You know what I mean? Did you get an email from me saying I give you approval to do the final project for Logan Casey? I never received an email like that. And if they tell you that, your responsibility is to ask them, well, let me check with Dr. Rush to see
I just wasn't aware because I was getting told one thing and I thought one thing was okay.
Based on what? You're told by what? Based on what?
They told me that it was fine that they were doing my part because I was in business because that's the only time that they had available. That the three of them were available and I wasn't available at that time. So they told me that it was fine. I don't remember if they said specifically that you said it was fine, but they said no, it's fine. We'll just do your part and we'll all get the same grades since you did your section. I said okay. Well, so
like if I may add, like it's not just the final project recording. Like in the peer reviews, they reference other things. They said he did not complete the quality work he was supposed to. For example, the Twitter, like apparently you didn't do that. And I have many paragraphs. Like usually in the peer reviews, they write a few sentences, maybe like one sentence. Here they wrote like a book.
But I did the Twitter. Like I did the Twitter all by my own. Like I can. The Twitter's actually under my name. It
says after feedback from professor for him to change the Twitter because it said his name, not with the company, and looked messy. He never did that, even after we reminded him.
I did change it. I changed the actually I might have those texts actually that I did change that because I'm the only the Twitter. No, it's actually Facebook. The Facebook's actually connected to my phone like still right now. Hold on.
Yeah, like we're just going off the information we have.
Right, but that yeah, I still have it. Study Smart. Hold on, I can show you. I did hold on 1 second. Yeah, I wrote all of this, and they actually didn't follow it like Miss Rush asked. Like I'm signed in. This is linked to like my stuff. So after she said to change the name, you see how on top it says Study Smart AI?
Yeah.
I did change that. And I did do the work. I made we had like a specific amount of posts.
How many posts did you do?
Like Instagram or Facebook.
I did Twitter. I did no, I had Facebook. And in the actual presentation you can see that I had Facebook. I made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 posts. Just like we were supposed to.
Who had Twitter then?
I didn't have Twitter. If you check our thing, I don't think anyone had Twitter.
Well, and they're claiming that you did.
I didn't have Twitter. I had Facebook, and it's on. If you go to the presentation, my thing says Facebook on it. My slide says Facebook on it.
Like, here's another quote. The lack of involvement from Logan had a detrimental impact on team morale. As deadlines approached, it became clear that we would need to manage a larger portion of the work ourselves. This situation, in turn, contributed to a sense of inequality, which can affect team cohesion.
The problem with that is I was in a group with 3 girls. So when you're 4 girls, when you're with 4 girls that you don't know, right? They tend to. I mean, I guess
so, you're not the only one who was in that predicament, and people made it work. It is college. We have to be professional.
I understand, but my work was always completed. I didn't miss a deadline. I think the entire semester I missed 1 assignment not on time. All my work was always completed on time.
That's also not true. The VDI you didn't do. Assignment 3 you didn't do.
Assignment 3 I did do. Assignment 3, the problem was you couldn't access that.
We talked about it at length, and you still didn't get in. And then also,
I couldn't change that file.
Adaptive, if I remember correct.
No, I'm only missing 1 grade, and I
see adaptive 2 is missing.
Adaptive 2. I got a grade for adaptive 2. I'm not missing any grades except I got a 1.6 for assignment 3. But the problem with assignment 3 is I did it on time, and you could check the submission date, and I did it on time. But you couldn't enter that file, and why you couldn't enter that file, I have no idea. That's what I was trying to figure out for so long, the whole semester. And I was emailing you up until the day that class ended about it, and I couldn't put it in a file, but I did do it on time.
I'm not joking when I say this. You were the only person in my entire time of being TA who, after reaching out like that, it didn't, we weren't able to resolve a file not working.
I mean, I'm not really computer savvy when it comes to files, but
it's a business tech course.
Right, I understand that. But I did submit the file, and why the file didn't work, I offered to send screenshots of the file. I sent the file multiple times. It was very clear that I was trying to get that grade for that.
No, I know you were trying to get the grade, but we can't accept work if it's not submitted correctly. That's
right,
the case for every class.
Right, and I'm not necessarily complaining about that. I'm in understanding of, I'm not submitting it the way you guys want, so I can't get a grade for it. Okay, that's cool. I understand that. I can't do anything about it, and I've tried multiple times. I tried to email you the file. I tried to submit the file. The file didn't work, so I couldn't really do anything about that. So I tried to come to a conclusion with the file, and no conclusion was met. So, which is fine. I'm not complaining about it, but I did submit that file on time. I missed one thing of work, and it was the VDI setup for whatever reason.
That only counted for 1 point.
That's my point. That's my point. That's the only thing I've missed. Everything else was submitted on time, and I've got all my quizzes submitted on time. I missed 1 thing. So all my work is submitted on time. Like they said, they thought I had Twitter. I had Facebook. I was doing a multitude of the work as well.
What is multiple work? What is multiple work?
A multitude of the work.
What is multitude of a work? What does that mean?
In the slides that we submitted for the final project, I did a lot of those. How do I see that? How do I see the submission? What was the application called? Wix. Can you hear me? Hello?
My internet might have just cut out.
Oh, good. What was the application called where we had to make those slides?
For what?
For what?
For the final project.
PowerPoint or Google Slides?
Right. What was the PowerPoint app called? Was it Wix?
Like the website app?
Yeah, the website, so I could pull it up.
Yeah, Wix.
So I could just really get into depth about I did my part of the work.
They're literally saying you did. It says when some members couldn't contribute as much, others stepped in to fill the gap, and they specifically named you, saying your behavior was unacceptable.
Right.
Moving forward, I will aim to create teams that are mindful of individual skills and weaknesses.
Right, but the problem with that is how do you get upset at someone when they're doing their side of the work? I mean, there's been times
they're
where
claiming that you didn't. That's the problem.
I'm claiming that I didn't. I can show you because I have all the work done for all of it.
Like every single person in your group gave a very detailed explanation of what you didn't do.
Like what did I end up not doing? Like
besides Logan, we worked really well together.
Yeah, I had 3 girls, and whenever I would text in the group chat like, "Hey guys, is anyone free at this time?" Nobody would answer. So I mean, when you're kind of secluded in your group, right? Because I guess you like those people in particular, like I don't know them. They know each other. They're all in the same sororities, right? They're friends. I don't know them, so I can't really do anything to really acclimate myself when they don't answer my text. So when it comes down to it, I do my portion of the work, and they might be all buddy-buddy and do their portion of the work together, but I always did my portion of the work. Like, for example, I don't think it would be very smart to miss the final project at all, right? So if it was up to me, I wouldn't miss the final project. I had my work done. All I had to do was speak in front of a camera, right? It seems a little weird how 3 people get on a Zoom together and host their part of the project. Right, that's just them having free time and me not being able to be free, and then them being like, "Oh well, sucks to suck." Like that seems a little out of character on their end rather than mine.
Mm-hmm.
Like
So why did you not do the recording on your own? If you could not make the recording at the time, your recording is missing, right? One of the things is that you need to participate in the recording. Whatever they say is, you can see that on the course syllabus, it is that you need to participate in all aspects of the project, and that was the issue here.
I understand that, but the problem was what they told me.
Okay, I cannot verify what they told you. If there's an issue, right, Logan, you know that I'm Dr. Rushinik, and you know that you can contact Dr. Rushinik. You know that Daniel was the TA. You can contact him and say, this is an issue I have. How can I resolve it? Not based on, we'll do it ourselves. You have to reflect it. It's not that they take on the work, and this is a group project, not a singular project.
I wouldn't kind of expect my group to tell me something other than
well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't even make any sense. Whatever they say, don't worry about it. We'll take over. It's not.
To be clear, it's not that they were excluding you or like trying to knock down your grade. Like they didn't give each other perfect scores either. Like they were very fair in their feedback towards each other.
Right, but a group project is meant to be with everybody. So when you're kind of excluded, you just have to do your part and roll with it. So when I'm told something, all I can do is
that's not all that you can do. I'm the professor.
I could have reached out, but I wouldn't expect and assume that they would tell me other than something that
well, it's not even
there were 5 weeks to do the project. Like there was always time.
Right. But I didn't know that I was gonna be we didn't know that what we were gonna be at the time. You don't find out what state you're gonna be in until that time comes. Like I was a CIO in my group, right? And I submitted my picture. I did my description of it, and then if you go to applications, I made the video as well. I did my
I got that. Like when I graded,
I did my own.
I did do that part, but that is the part. That's not the whole part. Like your grade reflects doing some of it, not all of it.
Right, but I also customized the mission. Right, we were all in a doc. I'm one of the ones who made our mission. I'm one of the ones.
That's what gave you a 64. You did more than nothing, but you didn't do everything.
But no one did everything. It's a group project. I did just as much as everybody else, which is my problem. And then when it came to socials, I did the social. There was 3 socials done. It was X. Who had X? I just pressed on it. I don't even know who had X. It was X, Facebook, and Instagram.
Why don't you know who had X? If you're part of the group.
They were going back and forth on who could do what. So I said, just give me whatever one you guys don't want, because you guys are arguing about which ones you want. So just give me the one that you guys don't want. And they said Facebook. So I said, okay. And I was there in class when you gave when you told us what you would like us to do, like the fixes. You said add posts, everybody follow it.
Did everybody follow it?
I don't think they did.
So, did you follow everybody else? What?
No, I wasn't.
Did you follow everybody else, Logan?
I might have. Let me check.
I might have.
No, we did. We did all follow each other. We did all follow each other. Allie, Ava, Parker. Allie, Ava, Parker. We followed each other. But I did my portion. I did more than my portion, and I created some of the slides, and I made my Facebook.
Which slides did you create?
I did if you go to our team.
No, but you tell me which slides did you create?
If you go to our team, I did my portion of our team, and
how many slides?
I did. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slides
that you did.
I did applications.
So you did 5 slides?
No, I did the application slide.
So how many slides did you do, Logan?
I did the application slides, which is 1. I participated in our mission.
How many slides did you do, Logan? I'm asking you. Because I'm gonna not participate. How many slides did you do? I'll be checking with the other groups as well. So let's go.
I took part in 3.
Okay, but which ones did you do? Actually,
I did the portion where it says our mission, the our mission slide on the home screen. Our mission. I participated in making that paragraph. Right, I participated in making that paragraph. I organized and put everybody in. I organized the applications
what
thing.
What is participated in making? Like,
yes, I wrote it.
The whole thing?
I was one of the ones who wrote it. I think I wrote it with Parker.
Or who said? What does that mean? Like, wrote it with.
So we were in
what is wrote it with? If somebody does a slide, what is the thing of participated in?
Huh?
How many slides did you actually do on your own?
I just said 3.
3. Which 3?
I did applications. I wrote our mission at home, and I did my slide in the
3 slides. Okay. So the main thing is that what they're saying. So you're claiming what they said is not true,
yes,
Logan?
It's not true.
It's not true. And what is not true?
I did my portion, and I didn't do the bare minimum. I did just as much as everyone else, if not more.
Oh, you did more than the others. So what you're claiming, you just said you're doing more than the others.
No, I said if not more. I did
what is if not more?
I don't know the breakdown of what each person did, but if I did the paragraph in the home section, I did the application section, and I did my portion of the our team section, that means I participated in 3 slides out of the 5.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if Allie participated in 2. I don't know if Parker participated in 1, but I participated in 3 slides. So I said I did just as much work, if not more.
But you didn't. And in the review of the recording, did you do that? No. Right?
I did the first one.
What is the first one?
Of all the classes that I've ever been in, number 1, this class has 5 weeks to do the final project. That's never the case for any class. And number 2, in any of the classes, if you don't participate in the final recording, you would get a 0. Like, you didn't get a 0. You got a 64. I think that's reflective of the work that you've done.
I don't think it reflects the work that I've done at all.
Right, but you didn't do the recording.
Would that standard apply in any class?
Huh?
Would that standard apply in any class that you've ever taken before?
Absolutely. I've taken classes and had to miss like a group project for football, and they were like, okay, they'll do your part. What part did you do? And I explained to them which parts I did, and I've gotten the same presentation grade without being there. Absolutely.
Well, that doesn't matter. I don't, Daniel. That's irrelevant. That's completely irrelevant, Daniel. We had this, and it's stated in the course syllabus that you need to be full support in the recording. I don't care. It is not my business. You remember, Logan, I used to say the need to know. Do you remember me saying that? What does that mean, Logan?
That you have to get your information from the source.
No, that's not what need to know means. Meaning that I need to know relevant for my class, not what's relevant for other classes. You understand that, Daniel? So what Logan has in other classes, or what's in other classes, that is not of interest to me. That is not my need to know. My need to know here is Logan, and I understand it. I'll review what you have, Logan. My understanding here, Logan, is what is factual is that you were not part of the recording. You're claiming that the women, and I really don't think, in the next time that you say anything like that, Logan, to a woman full professor called Dr. Rushnick, I don't think, number one is, you don't have to call me Ms. or Mrs. My title is Dr. Rushnick, and one of the things is this is what I'm going to do, is I'll check what you've done, and the reason that you did get credit for the contributions you did do. Part of it, if you looked at the syllabus, is part of it is based on peer review. Look back at the syllabus on the grading; it states it specifically. That this is the part of it, and the reason that you didn't like 3 women in your group, it should have been coming up in the beginning if you weren't able to work on the group. I received nothing from you about it. I received nothing about you're going to be in a ball game and that you won't be able to do the recording. Can you do the recording at another time? I did not give you permission to just say, let your other group members do that. I'm just going to read that. I'll be happy to look at it again. If you want to, I have all the documentations, and look again at that part of our course syllabus. That part of the grade is by peer review. Had it been maybe in other, that is it. What Daniel has on the other ones is that you can even see it from the course syllabus. Do you see the chat, Logan?
Yep, looking. Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so you may want to go back to the course syllabus on that. This is part of the grade.
Right, but my question is, what happens if you have 3 people in your group that just don't like you?
Okay, well then, okay.
That very much so could be. Absolutely.
But do you really believe that's the case? Did they give you anything to go off of?
Absolutely. I know. I don't think you like the school here is so small. Like I know like all these people. I'm not friends with these people, right? Like they're friends.
You can't just assume that you have to be friends with the people you're working with. Like this is
right. But why would I give someone a good peer review that I don't like? Like me personally,
you got to choose your groups. Like it wasn't just.
No, you did not. I did not get to choose my group.
That was absolutely the case.
Absolutely not. I did not get to choose my group. Groups are random.
They were not random.
They were
For the final project, you could choose your group. If you didn't like people you were working with, you could.
Other people switched. It was in the first. You are correct, Logan. In the first part of our class, groups were random. When we started the group project, I said that you can remain with your group, or if needed, you can change your group.
Right, but there's already groups formed. You can't.
Yeah, well, you had it. Okay, I don't want to go through that about they didn't like you. Okay,
Can I say something?
You can say more than anything, please.
I know Ali Goudet. I'm not friends with me. Ali Goudet don't like me. I know Ali Goudet. Someone wrote a bad peer review about me.
They all wrote a bad peer review about you.
I bet you, if you put them side by side, Ali Goudet's the worst.
No, they all wrote them equally, if not like. Kept getting worse. Like it was not at all pleasant.
Right,
I didn't like giving you that grade.
I understand that, but I know them and they don't like me, and I just happen to be in their group. So if you look at the work,
it was outstanding work, and they just because they didn't like you gave you a bad grade. Is that what you're saying? That it wasn't?
I can't understand how a group, right? This is my problem. I don't understand how you have a group project and your group does the group project without you. There was days and days and days and days where, like, we're supposed to meet at the library, Allie can't make it. We're supposed to do something here, Parker can't make it. If you look at my peer review, right, do you see how theirs are very worded and very done? My peer review.
How do you know what theirs were?
He just told me. Those were very detailed.
Those are quotes from it, but that's
exactly.
not the whole thing.
Theirs was very detailed.
So what's wrong with that? That's not good?
Like, you see how they're all in tune? Like,
you gave them all 25s. By the looks of it, you should have given them worse scores if you didn't think they contributed or made it bad. To me, it's not that deep.
I wouldn't even think to, because like for some people it might be really deep. For me, it's not that deep. If I
okay,
don't
well,
like
they say, but it's not deep. But it's not that deep. The whole idea is to do a peer review is to be accurate and to put details in it. The idea that you were now saying that you overrated them. And you didn't give any details.
I'm not saying I overrated them. I think what I said in my thing is we all did equal work. Okay. I think that's exactly what I wrote.
Okay,
from my perspective, we all did. So why would I go and bring down someone else's grade? If we got the work done, we did our portions and say, hey, we all did what we had to do. They did their job, we did our job.
Okay, look at that peer review again, and I'll look at your work again, and I'll review it, and if there are any changes, I will let you know. If there are any calculations that were misdone, I will let you know, Logan. But the idea here is you did not do the recording.
Right.
And I'm saying it again. The idea that they said it was good, that they'll take over, don't worry about it, is not coming from me.
Right, but the problem is when you're in a group of people, right? When you're in a group of people and you have a group project, and one says, "Hey, the teacher said this."
They actually said the teacher said that. Who said the teacher said that?
Allie said it. I might even have that.
Proof of that.
Let me see. It might have been on Snapchats, and those conversations go away. But if it's on text, yeah, hold on.
Dr. Rushinik says it's okay. You'll get the same credit.
That's what I was being told, but for me to do the equal work, or if not more, and get the worst grade is a little ridiculous, in my opinion. I think because of what I was being told by my group, right?
Logan, I have your peer review here. It asks, how effectively did your group work? We worked very effectively and put in equal amounts of work to ensure success of the entire group. Were the behaviors of any of your team members particularly valuable or detrimental to the team? Explain. No, not at all. Very good energy and vibes. But now you're saying that, there wasn't good energy and vibes. Why would you write that?
I just told you before. Because for me, if we got our work done and we put together a good presentation, I'm not the type of person that's gonna try to poop on someone else's job or whatever they did and try to bring their grade down. For me, it's
but
not.
You're saying they couldn't meet this time, that time, the other.
Right, but I wouldn't expect that from someone else. Maybe it's because I'm a good-hearted person.
You're saying they should lie in their peer review?
But not necessarily lie. You don't have to lie, but I've never written a peer review about my group and said something bad about anybody in my group.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean, I've never done it either, but that's because our groups tend to work well. And if they
never had a bad person in your group?
Yeah, of course I have, but we work good.
Why didn't you write something bad about them?
Because they ended up doing the work.
So you didn't say they did anything bad. They didn't do lack of work. Because I'm sure.
Okay, so Logan, in the future, how should I change this peer review that you can be more forthcoming?
What, can you repeat that?
Yeah, in the future, I'm teaching this again. How can I change the peer review for you to become more forthcoming in giving your feedback?
I mean, just by the person I am.
I'm not talking about the person you are. I said, listen to my question. How should I change the peer review that I will get more accurate from someone like you? I will get a more accurate assessment.
I feel like the issue with assessments are there's people like me and there's people like them.
I know. I'm talking about you. I'm not talking about them.
How can you get a more accurate assessment out of a person like I?
Yeah, because it seems like
I don't know if you necessarily can. Because for me, I'm not the type of person that talks bad about other people, regardless of any situation.
Okay, so if you, okay,
my review isn't realistic. You understand?
Okay, so it's not. So I should. So I should. So how can I assess in the future? Think about it and let me know. How can I make a better assessment in the future that I will get more accurate assessment, because that's what you're saying, that I didn't get it, that those three were against you, those 3 women were against you, and then but they told you they were against you, but then they told you that Dr. Rushnick said that you can not do you don't have to do the recording. Is that your statement?
They said that I didn't have to be there, and I said okay.
Well, we all don't have to be. We all don't have to do anything, right? I don't have to be there, but okay. The only thing I can check is next time that you should check with the professor to validate that they're not the ones giving the grades, right?
But I wouldn't think that my group mates would tell me something that's incorrect. I wouldn't think like you. I mean, shoulda, coulda, woulda is such a.
I know, shoulda, coulda, woulda too. Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
I wouldn't
okay.
even think about.
All right.
Think about,
okay.
I can't do this. They're telling me something.
Okay. All right. All right. So did you see this from the course syllabus? You have a copy of the course syllabus.
I see the thing you put in chat.
Yeah, but also this is coming. It's not just putting it in chat. This is coming from the course syllabus.
Right, I understand.
Yeah,
that. I'm not done to the course syllabus. What my problem is, I was told something different. So I mean, I'm sure you have a bunch of syllabus. Like every teacher has a syllabus. Every class doesn't go exactly by that syllabus, right? So when I'm being told something, I believe it.
Well, next time I consider the course syllabus is a contract that I have with you, and I make adjustments to that course syllabus, and I'm the one, and I'm the one basically giving out grades. So I would definitely take the course syllabus over some women that you had in your group. Right, telling you something.
If I'm not there in class one day and
you have a recording. You're not there in class one day. You have the recordings of all my classes.
I'm not going to sit there and listen to the 50-minute. I'm not going to listen to the 50-minute Zoom to verify.
Yeah, you can. You know where you can get me. You know what I mean. You can reach out to me. You can get me. I stood after class every day.
How would you even think that?
I would think about that because I would see in the in the course syllabus.
I'm doing a million.
I know. Okay. All right, Logan.
I wouldn't even think about. Oh, they're telling me something that's not true. At the end of the day, I did my portion. I did more than my portion. I was there for everything. I was in the first recording. I was present because it doesn't make sense why I would be there for the first recording in that week and not the final project unless I'm told something differently. Like that doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense to me either.
Things that can't be proven either.
Well, it's what has to be proven. I can prove that I did our mission.
No, but you can't prove that they said that. So you can just sit here claiming that. Like that doesn't change anything. Like, we can just see the outcome of what happened.
So now make it make sense to me why I would miss the final.
Dude, I don't have to do that. Like you didn't email.
You're trying to play with logic. You're trying to play with logic and logic.
No, I'm not playing with logic.
Like,
you're playing with logic.
You can't. If you're trying to, no, I'm not. Because if you're sitting here saying, "Oh, you can't prove that."
No, I don't. Let's not even go with proof, Logan. Logan. All I can say next time, if you can't come to a recording, just basically communicate with me and say, listen, I'm at football. I'm not able to do the recording. What can I do here? And that's it. I'm going to review your work. I'll look at it again. I take my job very seriously, right. And I take what I write on the course syllabus seriously, and that's what's given. I go over my course syllabus with the students in the beginning of the class, in the middle of the class, and at the end of the class. That's my contract that I have with you, and the idea that you think that it's an insult to me, Logan, that you don't take it seriously enough of what I've put in the course syllabus. And you say, oh, why should I count? That basically, I'm just going to take the advice of what my group members mean, and what I wrote in the syllabus doesn't count.
I can't memorize exactly.
It doesn't have to be memorized. You have a written document that says how the course grades are given.
I'm going to go into your course syllabus and go and look and see that it says that you can't not be there for the final product. Like that's just a lot of like implications.
No, you just can contact. It's not implications. It's just contact me like any other time. When students contact me when they cannot come to class, when you're at a football game, I get when athletes are going away, I get email stating that this athlete is away. These are the things that I should accommodate. I get all the time communications, and then I expect the communications to come also from the students. It wasn't a time, I think, that you contacted me that I didn't respond. Do you know? And I try it my best I can to respond to every student in a timely manner, and then we're here.
I understand that, and I should have emailed you, but I'm in.
Okay, all right. So I got the idea, Logan.
I have practice every day.
I know.
I don't think that it would even be like the smallest bit of, because I wanted to do the final project. I had certain times where I was available while I was in Orlando. They decided that like basically screw this kid. We're all free at 2:00. We're gonna do it at 2:00. I said, hey, I'm free at 7. They said 2:00.
Okay.
They didn't answer. I haven't spoken to them since the guys, are we doing it at 7? Guys, are we doing it at 7? Like, I haven't. They didn't even respond to that.
Okay. All right, Logan. I got the idea. I got your reasoning behind it. That what
you reached out in December about the assignment,
right?
What was it? Yeah, that thing was due in September and early October. Like, it took over a month. The grade was posted the week after it was submitted.
I don't think that's correct. What was the submission date for the final project? It absolutely
no. This is assignment 3. This is something separate. The one that you got a 1.6 out of 10 on.
Okay, what about that assignment?
Because all of these contribute to your grade.
I'm not concerned about assignment 3, but just for the fun of it. What do you mean?
It's not for the fun of it. I don't think this is humorous. I don't think for the fun of it.
Because I submitted that grade on time. I submitted it on time, and then
you did, and you were graded on time a week after. And then you emailed me.
But you said you couldn't.
Over a month later, at least.
Right. Maybe I wasn't looking at my grade.
Yeah, it's okay. All right.
Something that I already did.
Okay, for the fun of it, I don't think this is a serious discussion. It's not for the fun of it. So let's do this, Logan. I'll review your grade, and I'll review your work. I take it seriously, and what I write on the course syllabus, I take seriously as well. And I wish you the best. And
would you like me to send to you the exact portions that I did? Because for me to get a C in the class, because my final grade I got a 65, is a little ridiculous. Because I actually take my academics pretty seriously.
Mm-hmm. I do too. I take my work seriously too, Logan. And that's what we'll do. Okay.
I can see that. I can see that. So as someone who
right. I feel like I've been dissed by you too. So it's you have to have respect on both sides, Logan. And I think I've respected you.
I feel like I've been more than respectful.
Okay, well, I don't. The idea that whatever I write in the syllabus, it's not going to count.
I didn't say what you write in the syllabus is not going to count. I said, as a person, I'm not going to think that you talk.
Yeah, well, okay, so I'm just saying for what if you ever take a class with me again, that what I have on the course syllabus counts. And otherwise, there it is, and you have the details here. I'll be happy to look at your grade again. I'll get back to you on if there's any change to your grade, and I appreciate you giving me your perspective on this. I can see it, that I see that in a way I can see it as let's get the job done. I'm part of the team, and we're as a group, we should get the same score because we're all part of the same group, and I don't want to give anybody any detail, and if they're in my group, I'll inflate basically what you're saying to me is I inflate everybody's grade, and that's what you're saying, isn't it?
I'm not saying that you inflate everybody's grade. I'm saying that I'm caught at a odd point because I did my portion of the work.
Okay,
so
and you don't understand why they gave you a bad grade.
It could be for multiple. It could be for.
I know, but based on your work, based on your work, you don't deserve any less grade than they did.
Absolutely not. And I have the files, the work done to back it up. And I think one of my social medias that I created was one of the better ones. Like one of them put he didn't something Twitter. I didn't even have Twitter. I had Facebook. They didn't even know what I had. And I'm the one who submitted that file into the slides, and I'm the one who wrote the admission statement. I did my own CIO.
What do you mean you did your own CIO?
I'm the CIO of our
So everybody put their title in. So what do you mean you're your own
I did my
CIO?
title myself.
Okay, so but you did yourself, not the whole team. You didn't do things for the CIO, right? Everybody was supposed. You put your picture in and you gave yourself the title of CIO. Is that correct? Is that what you were talking about? Okay.
Yep, and I did that, and then when it went to the applications, I set up those applications.
Okay.
And I did my work and created my video.
All right. I'll review it, Logan. I think I got the idea from you. Okay, thank you, and I'll consent.
You took the work I did into account.
I will. Okay, thank you, Logan.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, have a good night.
I've never been more mad at someone than that last 46 minutes of my life at school.
Those women.
That was so disrespectful in every way. And this is college. Like, there is a standard. That was absurd. Like, he was arguing with you.
I know. Of the women. Why, am I going to take kids seriously as syllabus?
Have any words. That was absurd.
The women card. Those bitchy women were the ones.
How could you even think that would work?
With me, right.
Yeah, no, but with anyone.
No, but look at the gender here.
I know.
He constantly calls me Mrs. You know.
It's disrespectful.
Yeah.
I would never speak to someone that way. Even if I disliked them, I would never speak to them.
Yeah.
You're trying, he's asking for a favor.
Not even that. And
And I do believe those reviews to be very
listen, everybody inflates this peer review unbelievably. I don't take it even seriously when everybody gives everybody, the highest grade. I just disregard it. The only time, it's almost like reviews you see online. All those 5s people give for products. I disregard those. And you know what? I go and look? I look at the 1s and the 2s because I know those are going to be accurate. The rest, they bought. You know what I mean? Oh, this is a great product, blah, blah, blah.
No, they wrote a lot of information. And it was very specific information.
Yeah. So, that's it. He's basically saying, listen, they got the project done. I should get the same grade that they are. And I'm just saying, in the court, that may be, and that's the only thing that I didn't want to get into, Daniel, when you said about other courses. That's not my business.
No, I know.
I know. I know what your point was. Yeah, but I'm just saying, and he may get away from it for being a football player.
Yeah, I mean, it's irrelevant, of course.
Yeah, it's irrelevant. That's what I'm saying. I think it is more that, hey, I'm a football player, and I should, and it's those dumb women bitches that screwed me up. They should have given us all. I did them a favor. I didn't give any details of what they did. I gave them good grades. Did he?
Yeah, he gave them all 25s. He said everything worked great.
Yeah. So that's it.
There wasn't even anything. No, we had some issues.
Right. No. And he justifies it that he did a lousy. I should be also, and I didn't want to get it. I should be also grading his review that he did a poor review. You know what I mean? That is a poor review.
And they weren't singling him out. They didn't give each other 25s and just give him a bad grade.
No, it's obvious.
Yeah.
It's obvious. You know what I mean? And he didn't come, He didn't come to, what they're going to say is, I can't come, we're going to do it without you, and that's it. We'll manage, right?
He didn't come to this meeting how many weeks? Like, that's not...
That's disrespectful.
I don't understand. I really don't understand.
Yeah, how many times did we give him, oh, I came at 9:30, you know? Can you do it at 9:30? What?
We've never said come at 9:30.
No, but he just says, can you come later on? He says, I couldn't come. Can you come at 9:30? Unless I come next week.
Text that to us at like 9:10.
Yeah, but not even that. It's just he thinks he's going to get away with it. That's all. I'm not going to respond.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm not responding. This is the grade he has. I don't need to justify it. You accurately did it, and then he said the 1.5. So don't, oh, for the fun of it, let's talk about it. It's not fun. Yeah.
No.
All right.
He just didn't. He tried to submit something. It didn't work. I told him it didn't work.
Yeah. So why don't you redo it?
A month later, he tells me, "Oh, can you help me figure it out? Whatever." So I spend 26 emails trying to help him figure it out.
Yeah.
And he doesn't do it.
Okay.
26 emails.
Yeah. Okay. So at least you know what we have. We have documentation. If he takes it any further, you know what I'm saying? He takes it any further, that's up to him. I'm not responding. If I review your thing, if you want, let him come back. I reviewed your part.
Yeah.
And not even that, he's getting a better grade than really he deserves. What do we give him?
Oh, on the overall?
Yeah. What do you get?
A 76.9.
So what grade did we give him?
A C. And also, he didn't do that well on the
open-ended. Open-ended. It was a gift.
Yeah. 15 out of 20.
Right.
On the open-ended.
Yeah.
Overall, including the curve, 76 and then 80.
Right.
Like, that's pretty close to the final grade he received.
Yeah.
And he's saying he didn't turn in the adaptive layer. He did. He did not. It's not there. This spreadsheet doesn't lie. Like.
Yeah. He didn't. He just, at the end, it was those. I loved it. The women.
No, I can't believe he said that.
Yeah.
Like it's almost funny how what.
I just kind of emphasized it again. I don't think he even realized.
And he says, "I'm not friends with them." Like that matters. Like how many times I've been in groups.
Well, what does it mean? This is not a. And if you were, but the whole idea is that you did a poor job of. I'm not going to diss on anybody, so it doesn't take it seriously. The peer review. That's another thing. He doesn't even take it seriously, and he wasn't even able to differentiate what they did because he never participated. He didn't know what they did. So he wouldn't be able to do it. So if it's almost like that. I got your back. So think about the old boys club, right? I got your back. You have mine. We don't have to. We can be incompetent. Yeah. So anyway, so let's not. You did a good job, Daniel. I appreciate you even coming and listening to that.
No, I mean I got mad like that. That's not acceptable. Yeah. There has to be something to this degree.
Yeah. No, but not even that. It's just disrespectful. That's what I thought, and how disrespectful is it to me? You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Right, and and in the exams, he really, he would ask.
He was asking questions left and right. I remember.
Yeah.
Remember that.
No, that's what he's learned. He can, as being the football player, he can get away with it.
That shouldn't be the case.
I know, no, but I'm just telling you that in other classes, they said it's okay if I don't do the project. That's why I didn't want to even get into other classes. You understand? If another professor decides to not count what you do, that's their business. I don't have any control over another professor being academically dishonest.
And we update the syllabus frequently. Like it's a document that matters.
And no, but I'm just telling you that he said, why should I check? Professors don't take that seriously, that syllabus.
But why should I even look at the recordings when I miss a class?
Right. Do you want me to go to 50 minutes and listen to that boring lecture? The audacity that he has.
That's what he said.
Yeah. The audacity. I missed the lecture. Maybe he said it. I don't want to listen to it. How rude is that?
That's what he said. I can't believe it.
Okay. So, I've recorded it.